On the morning of February 10th, 1722, a tall man in a crimson damask waistcoat stood on the deck of a warship called the Royal Fortune, watching a British man of war cut through the gray Atlantic swell toward him. A diamond cross hung from a gold chain around his neck, catching the thin equatorial light. On his head sat a wide-brimmed hat trimmed with a scarlet feather, and across his chest he wore a silk sling carrying 2 loaded pistols. The coast of West Africa lay low and dark behind him. The jungle air was thick, windless, and warm. Around him, most of his crew could barely stand. They had been drinking through the night, celebrating the capture of a slave ship, and now they stumbled across the gun deck with the glazed and useless look of men who had no idea they were about to die. The ship bearing down on them was HMS Swallow, a 60-gun warship of the Royal Navy, commanded by a methodical and ambitious captain named Challoner Ogle. For months, Ogle had tracked this pirate fleet across thousands of miles of open ocean with the patient determination of a man who understood that the prize before him was not merely a ship or a bounty. It was the most wanted man on the Atlantic, the man who had captured more ships than any pirate in recorded history, the man who had humiliated the navies of 3 empires, driven insurance rates to impossible heights, and brought transatlantic commerce to its knees. In 3 years of unbroken rampage, he had taken an estimated 400 vessels, a number so staggering that no pirate before him had approached it, and no pirate after him ever would. His name was Bartholomew Roberts. The world knew him as Black Bart. And in approximately 90 minutes, he would be dead, a load of grape shot tearing through his throat as he stood in his finery on the quarterdeck, refusing to take cover, refusing to run, refusing to be anything other than precisely what he had been since the day he chose this life, the most dangerous man on the water. His crew would honor his final standing order. They would lift his body, still draped in silk and diamonds, and throw it into the Atlantic before the British could board. The sea would swallow him, along with his weapons, his jewels, and very nearly his entire legacy. Within a generation, the man who had done more than any other human being to define the Golden Age of Piracy would begin to fade from public memory. Within 2 generations, he would be little more than a footnote. In the names the world would remember, Blackbeard, Captain Kidd, Henry Morgan, belonged to men whose careers were by any objective measure modest compared to his. But those men had the good fortune to be captured, to be killed dramatically, to leave buried treasure and romantic myth in their wake. Bartholomew Roberts had the misfortune to be brilliant, disciplined, and rational in a profession that history preferred to remember as wild. The ocean took his body. And then slowly, history did something worse. It forgot him entirely. This is the story of how a quiet Welsh sailor became the most successful pirate who ever lived, how he held the Atlantic in a grip of terror for 3 extraordinary years, and why the world chose to remember lesser men in his place. The primary accounts of Roberts's life and career come from 2 principal sources. The first and most significant is Captain Charles Johnson's A General History of the Pirates, published in 1724, just 2 years after Roberts's death. Johnson, whose true identity remains disputed, though some scholars have attributed the work to Daniel Defoe, devoted more pages to Roberts than to any other pirate in the volume, and drew upon first-hand testimony from captured crew members, naval officers, and colonial officials who had encountered Roberts directly. The second source is the official transcript of the mass piracy trial held at Cape Coast Castle on the Gold Coast of Africa in 1722, one of the largest such proceedings in British legal history. Over 160 men stood trial. The testimony recorded there, from sailors who had served under Roberts, merchants whose ships he had taken, and naval officers who had fought him, provides a granular, often startlingly personal portrait of life aboard his ships. Together, these sources give us something rare in pirate history. Not legend, not romance, but a detailed and largely reliable account of a real man operating in a real world, making real choices with real consequences. To understand how Bartholomew Roberts became Black Bart, you have to understand where he came from and what that place made of the men it produced. He was born around 1682 in the village of Casnewid-Bach, known in English as Little Newcastle in Pembrokeshire, on the southwestern tip of Wales. The precise date of his birth was never recorded. In rural Wales at the close of the 17th century, the births of common people rarely were. What records exist place him in a landscape of rolling green hills falling toward a cold and restless sea, a countryside of small stone farms and ancient churches where the Welsh language still held firm against the creeping dominance of English, and where a boy's prospects were determined almost entirely by the circumstances of his birth. The soil was thin, the winters were long. The aristocracy was English and distant. The local economy turned on wool, on subsistence farming, and, crucially, on the sea. Pembrokeshire had been producing sailors for centuries. Its coastline was a ragged, indented thing carved by Atlantic storms into a maze of coves, inlets, and natural harbors. The ports of Milford Haven and Haverfordwest sent ships into the Irish Sea, the Bristol Channel, and beyond. For a boy born without land, without title, and without capital, the sea was not a romantic calling. It was the only viable escape from a life of grinding agricultural poverty. The Welsh coast taught its children two lessons early. The first was that the sea could kill you. The second was that it was the only road that led anywhere worth going. Almost nothing is known of Roberts's parents, his siblings, or his early childhood. This absence is itself informative. He came from people who left no trace in the written record. No property deeds, no wills, no letters, no portraits. They were the invisible class of rural Britain, the people whose lives were lived entirely below the threshold of documentation. What we can infer is that young Bartholomew Roberts went to sea early, almost certainly in his early teens, following a path so common among Pembrokeshire boys that it would have surprised no one and inspired no comment. He would have begun as a ship's boy, hauling lines, scrubbing decks, learning the hard way how a sailing vessel moved through water. And here is the first thing that distinguished Bartholomew Roberts from the vast majority of men who would later serve under him, or against him, or flee from him across open ocean. He was not merely competent, he was gifted. Over the next 2.5 decades, Roberts rose through the ranks of the merchant marine with a steadiness that spoke to genuine seamanship and an unusual capacity for navigation. By his late 30s, he held the rank of third mate aboard a slave trading vessel, a position of real responsibility requiring literacy in charts and mathematics, skill in celestial navigation, and the ability to command men in dangerous waters. This was not a pirate's apprenticeship. It was a professional career built slowly and deliberately over decades of legitimate service. And the world Roberts inhabited during those long years of honest sailing was the Atlantic of the early 18th century, and to understand what that world felt like, you have to strip away every modern assumption about ocean travel. The Atlantic of 1710 was not a body of water crossed by schedules and shipping lanes. It was a vast, largely unpoliced wilderness, 3,000 miles of open water connecting Europe, Africa, and the Americas, in a triangular trade that was, by any honest accounting, one of the most brutal commercial systems in human history. European manufactured goods, textiles, iron, weapons, alcohol, were shipped to the West African coast where they were exchanged for enslaved human beings. Those human beings were packed into the holds of ships and transported across the Atlantic to the Caribbean and the American colonies, where they were sold and put to work on sugar, tobacco, and cotton plantations. The raw materials those plantations produced were then shipped back to Europe, completing the triangle. Bartholomew Roberts spent his formative professional years inside this system. He was not an outsider looking in. He was a working component of the transatlantic slave trade, a skilled sailor employed aboard vessels whose cargo was human suffering. This fact is essential to understanding both the man and the world that produced him. The 18th century Atlantic was not a place that rewarded moral sensitivity. It was a place that rewarded competence, endurance, and the ability to suppress whatever objections one's conscience might raise about the work at hand. Roberts learned to navigate by the stars, to read the moods of the Atlantic, to manage a crew through weeks of open water passage. He also learned to transport enslaved Africans in conditions of unimaginable cruelty, because that was what the job required. By 1719, Roberts was approaching 40 years old. He had spent more than 2 decades at sea. He held a respectable but not elevated rank aboard the slave ship Princess, bound for the Gold Coast of Africa under the command of Captain Abraham Plum. He was experienced, respected by his peers and by every indication of torturers, entirely resigned to the life of a career merchant sailor. There is no evidence that he harbored any ambition toward piracy, any romantic notions of outlaw life, or any particular dissatisfaction with his station. He was a professional doing a brutal job in a brutal world, and he had every reason to expect that he would continue doing it until the sea or disease or old age took him. What happened next was not a choice. It was an abduction. And it would transform not only Roberts' life, but the entire balance of power across the Atlantic Ocean. In early June of 1719, the Princess was anchored at Anamabu on the Gold Coast, taking on its human cargo when a ship flying no recognizable colors appeared in the harbor mouth. The vessel was the Royal Rover, and its captain was a Welsh pirate named Howell Davis, a charismatic, cunning, and dangerously ambitious man who had been terrorizing the West African coast for months. Davis had a particular talent for deception. He would fly false flags, pose as a legitimate merchant or naval officer, and talk his way into harbors and forts before revealing his true nature. He had once convinced the governor of a Portuguese island to invite him to dinner, then kidnapped the governor and ransomed the entire settlement. Davis took the Princess without significant resistance. Merchant vessels carrying enslaved people were not warships. They carried minimal armament and skeleton crews, and their captains understood that fighting a pirate ship was a calculation of risk and reward that almost never favored resistance. Captain Plum surrendered. The crew of the Princess became prisoners, but Davis was not merely interested in the ship's cargo, he was recruiting. Pirate crews suffered constant attrition, from disease, from battle, from desertion, and a captured merchant vessel represented a pool of experienced sailors who could be pressed into service or persuaded to volunteer. Davis moved through the Princess's crew with the practiced eye of a man who understood what he needed, and his eye landed on Bartholomew Roberts. The reason was straightforward. Roberts was, by a considerable margin, the most skilled navigator aboard the Princess. His decades of Atlantic experience, his command of celestial navigation, and his evident intelligence made him exactly the kind of man a pirate captain needed. Good pirates were common, good navigators were rare. And Davis wanted Roberts specifically, and what Davis wanted, Davis took. Roberts was forced aboard the Royal Rover. He was not asked to join. He was not seduced by promises of wealth or freedom. He was taken, as surely as the enslaved Africans in the hold of the Princess had been taken, though his captivity would prove to be of a vastly different character. The merchant sailor from Pembrokeshire was now, against his will, a pirate. What Roberts thought during those first days aboard the Royal Rover we can only partially reconstruct. Johnson's account suggests that Roberts was initially reluctant, that he viewed his situation with the clear-eyed pragmatism of a man who understood exactly what piracy meant. It meant a death sentence if captured. It meant permanent exile from legitimate society. It meant that every port controlled by a European power was now closed to him, every naval vessel was now his enemy, and every day he remained alive was borrowed time. For a man who had spent 25 years building a career within the system, being forced outside, it must have felt like a kind of death in itself. The end of everything he had worked for, the erasure of his professional identity, the severing of whatever ties still connected him to the world of law and commerce. But Roberts was also a man of formidable intelligence, and intelligent men adapt. He watched. He learned the rhythms of a pirate ship, the dynamics of a crew that operated not by naval hierarchy, but by a rough and volatile form of democracy. He observed how Davis commanded, through charisma, through tactical cunning, even through a willingness to take risks that more cautious men would refuse. And somewhere in those first weeks, a calculation began to form in Roberts's mind. If he was to be a pirate regardless of his wishes, then the question was not whether but how. And the answer that emerged would define everything that followed. The pirate ship under Howell Davis continued its operations along the African coast through June of 1719. Davis was riding a streak of success. He had taken several prizes, his crew was well supplied, and his reputation was growing. He decided to attempt one of his characteristic deceptions, this time targeting the Portuguese island of Principe in the Gulf of Guinea. The plan was audacious even by Davis's standards. He would sail into the harbor under false colors, present himself to the Portuguese governor as a legitimate naval officer, and use the pretense to gather intelligence, resupply, and perhaps take the fort itself. It was the kind of plan that had worked before. It would not work again. The Portuguese governor of Principe had received word of Davis's activities. When Davis and several of his officers went ashore for what they believed would be a diplomatic meeting, they walked into an ambush. Portuguese soldiers opened fire from concealed positions. Davis was hit multiple times. He managed to fire his pistols in return and fought his way toward the waterfront, but the wounds were mortal. Howell Davis, the charismatic Welsh pirate who had plucked Bartholomew Roberts from a slave ship and thrust him into a life of crime, died on the beach at Principe, killed by the very kind of deception he had practiced on others. The symmetry of it was almost elegant. The man who lived by tricks died by one. Aboard the Royal Rover, the news of Davis's death created an immediate crisis. A pirate ship without a captain was a ship without direction. And in the volatile democracy of a pirate crew, the vacuum of leadership could turn lethal within hours. Factions formed. Arguments erupted. Men who had sailed together in relative harmony under Davis's command now eyed each other with suspicion and calculation, each assessing who among them could hold the crew together, who could make the decisions that would keep them fed, keep them armed, and keep them alive. The process by which pirate crews selected their captains was, for all its roughness, genuinely democratic. More so, in fact, than any political system operating in Europe at the time. Every man had a vote. Every man could speak. The captain served at the crew's pleasure and could be deposed by majority vote for cowardice, incompetence, or cruelty. This was not idealism. It was pragmatism born of mutual vulnerability. On a pirate ship, every man's survival depended on the competence of the man giving orders, and so every man had a material interest in choosing well. The crew of the Royal Rover chose Bartholomew Roberts. He had been a pirate for approximately 6 weeks. The selection was, on its face, extraordinary. Roberts was a newcomer. He had no history with most of the crew, no network of loyalties built over years of shared danger. He had not distinguished himself in battle or demonstrated the kind of flamboyant courage that pirate crews typically admired. What he had was something rarer and, in the long run, far more valuable. He had competence. Undeniable, self-evident, almost intimidating professional competence. The men of the Royal Rover had watched him navigate. They had watched him read the sea and the sky with the fluency of a man who spoke the ocean's language as naturally as he spoke Welsh. They had watched him assess situations with a cool, unhurried intelligence that suggested not caution but calculation. The mind of a man who saw 3 moves ahead. In a world where most pirate captains led through charisma or fear, Roberts offered something different. He offered the prospect of survival through superior skill. There was also, according to Johnson, a simpler and more human factor at work. The crew respected Roberts because Roberts did not grovel for the position. He did not campaign. He did not promise wealth or glory. When the vote was announced, he accepted the captaincy with a statement that would become one of the most quoted lines in pirate history, a sentence so perfectly calibrated to its moment that it has survived 3 centuries, almost certainly because it was genuinely spoken. Since I have dipped my hands in muddy water and must be a pirate, it is better being a commander than a common man. In that single sentence, The entire architecture of Roberts's psychology is visible. The acknowledgement of an irreversible situation. The refusal to romanticize it. The cold. The almost mathematical logic of choosing the best available option within a set of constraints not of his own making. There is no excitement in the words, no bravado, no pirate swagger. There is only the voice of a man who has assessed the board, identified the strongest position, and moved to occupy it with the minimum of sentiment and the maximum of strategic clarity. This was the mind that was about to be unleashed on the Atlantic, and the Atlantic was not ready. But before Roberts could begin his transformation of pirate warfare, he had unfinished business. His first act as captain was not to plan a raid, not to chart a course toward rich hunting grounds, not to distribute plunder or make grand promises to his new crew. His first act was revenge. The Portuguese at Principe had killed Howell Davis. Roberts had known Davis for only weeks, and there is no evidence of any deep personal bond between the two men. But Roberts understood something fundamental about the mechanics of command, something that would serve him throughout his career. A captain who allowed the killing of his predecessor to go unanswered was a captain whose crew would wonder whether their own deaths would be similarly unavenged. Loyalty flowed downward before it could flow upward. A crew had to believe that their captain would burn the world for them before they would risk their lives for him. Roberts brought the Royal Rover back to Principe. What followed was systematic and brutal. His men went ashore under cover of darkness. They attacked the Portuguese settlement with a ferocity that went beyond military necessity into something closer to ceremony. They burned buildings, spiked cannon, destroyed fortifications, and killed soldiers and civilians with an indiscriminate violence that was designed not merely to punish, but to send a message that would travel ahead of Roberts wherever he sailed. The message was simple. This is what happens. This is what happens to anyone who harms one of mine. The raid on Principe established three things simultaneously. First, it demonstrated to Roberts's crew that their new captain was not a man of half measures. Second, it announced to the wider world that the Royal Rover was under new and more dangerous management. Third, and most importantly, it revealed something about Roberts's character that would prove to be his defining trait. The quality that separated him from every pirate who came before and every pirate who came after. Bartholomew Roberts was a man who understood that piracy was not merely a series of individual robberies. It was a system of power, and power required reputation, and reputation required demonstration. Every act of violence was a communication. Every captured ship was an advertisement. Every humiliated governor was a press release broadcast across the Atlantic at the speed of rumor. Roberts did not merely steal, he performed dominance, and the performance was always calculated to reduce the need for future violence by making future resistance seem not merely futile, but irrational. This was the insight of a genuinely strategic mind, and it came from a man who, 6 weeks earlier, had been a third mate on a slave ship. With Principe in ashes behind him, Roberts turned the Royal Rover toward the open Atlantic. He was 47 years old. Newly in command of a single ship with a crew of perhaps 170 men operating off a coast that was now fully hostile to him. He had no allies, no safe harbor, and no margin for error. The European powers, Britain, France, Portugal, the Netherlands, maintained naval vessels throughout the Atlantic specifically tasked with hunting pirates, and those vessels were larger, better armed, and better supplied than anything Roberts commanded. Every colonial governor from Newfoundland to Buenos Aires would pay handsomely for his capture. Every merchant captain who spotted his flag would send word to the nearest port. He was a hunted man in a world that was slowly but inexorably running out of places for hunted men to hide. The Golden Age of Piracy was in 1719 already entering its twilight. The great pirate havens of the Caribbean, Port Royal, Nassau, Tortuga, had been suppressed or co-opted by European colonial governments. The Royal Navy was growing in size and reach. The legal infrastructure for prosecuting pirates was becoming more efficient. The Woodes-Rogers experiment in the Bahamas, where a royal governor had offered pardons to pirates who surrendered and hanged those who did not, had broken the back of Caribbean piracy just a year earlier. Blackbeard had been killed in November 1718. Charles Vane was captured and awaiting execution. Stade Bonnet had been hanged in December 1718. The most famous names of the Golden Age were dead or in chains, and the British Admiralty believed, with some justification, that the pirate problem was nearing its end. Into this closing window, Bartholomew Roberts sailed with a velocity and purpose that would make a mockery of that belief. His first decision as captain revealed the strategic mind that would define his career. Rather than staying on the African coast where Portuguese and British warships were actively searching for the Royal Rover, Roberts turned west. He would cross the Atlantic. He would hunt in waters where he was not expected, where the colonial defenses were oriented toward Caribbean pirates, not raiders arriving from Africa. He would hit the coast of Brazil. The crossing itself was an act of navigational confidence that few pirate captains would have attempted. The Atlantic passage from West Africa to South America required precise knowledge of wind patterns, ocean currents, and celestial navigation. Exactly the skills Roberts had spent 25 years perfecting aboard legitimate vessels. The same professional expertise that had made him valuable to Howell Davis now made him lethal. He could go where other pirates could not because he could navigate where other pirates could not. The Royal Rover crossed the Atlantic in good order, her crew drilling on the guns during the long, empty days at sea. Roberts standing on the quarterdeck with his charts and his instruments, reading the stars with the quiet authority of a man who had done this 1,000 times before. They raised the coast of Brazil in September 1719, and it was here, in the warm waters off the Brazilian coast, that Bartholomew Roberts began to build the legend that should have made him immortal. The intelligence Roberts gathered upon approaching Brazil was remarkable. Through captured fishing vessels and coastal traders, small prizes taken quietly, their crews interrogated and released, Roberts learned that a large Portuguese treasure fleet was assembling in the Todos os Santos Bay near Bahia. The fleet consisted of 42 merchant ships loaded with sugar, tobacco, gold, hides, and other valuables, all bound for Lisbon under the escort of 2 Portuguese men of war. It was exactly the kind of target that most pirates would have avoided, too large, too well defended, too dangerous. Roberts did not avoid it. He sailed directly into the bay. What happened next would become one of the most audacious single actions in the history of piracy. Roberts brought the Royal Rover into Todos os Santos Bay and, in the confusion of a harbor crowded with dozens of vessels, managed to slip alongside one of the merchant ships without raising an alarm. He captured it silently. Then he interrogated its crew, asking a single specific question: which ship in the fleet carried the richest cargo? The answer pointed him to the Sagrada Familia, the largest and most valuable vessel in the convoy. Roberts weighed anchor in the darkness, maneuvered through the crowded harbor, and brought the Royal Rover alongside the Sagrada Familia. The Portuguese crew, startled from sleep, found themselves staring down the barrels of pirate guns. Roberts took the ship without firing a shot. The cargo was staggering: sugar, tobacco, animal hides, and a quantity of gold coins and jewelry that included a diamond-studded cross intended as a personal gift from the King of Portugal to the colonial governor. Roberts claimed the cross for himself. He would wear it around his neck for the rest of his life, a glittering trophy of the night he had sailed into the teeth of a 42-ship convoy and taken exactly what he wanted. By the time the Portuguese warships realized what had happened and moved to intercept, Roberts was already in the open sea. The Sagrada Familia's plunder distributed among his crew, the diamond cross resting against the red damask of his waistcoat. He had been a pirate captain for approximately 3 months. He had just pulled off a raid that would be discussed in the Admiralty offices of Lisbon, London, and Madrid for years, and he was only beginning. The Bahia raid established Roberts's method, the approach that would make him, ship for ship, the most prolific pirate in recorded history. He did not rely on brute force, though he was willing to use it. He did not rely on intimidation alone. though his reputation grew with every prize. He relied on intelligence, on preparation, on the meticulous gathering of information about his targets before he struck. He interrogated every captured sailor. He read every seized document. He built a mental map of Atlantic shipping patterns, which routes the treasure ships followed, which seasons they sailed, which ports they used, which escorts they carried. He knew where the Royal Navy patrolled and where it did not. He knew which colonial governors were competent and which were drunk. He knew the Atlantic better than the men who were paid to police it, because he had spent his entire adult life learning its moods and its rhythms, and now he was using that knowledge not to serve the system but to dismantle it. Roberts sailed north from Brazil through the autumn of 1719, moving up through the Caribbean archipelago, taking prizes as he went. His reputation preceded him. Ships that spotted his flag, a distinctive design showing Roberts himself standing on two skulls, one labeled ABH for a Barbadian's head, and the other AMH for a Martiniquean's head, a reference to two colonial governors who had particularly offended him, often surrendered without a fight. This was not cowardice on their part. It was arithmetic. Roberts had demonstrated consistently and publicly that ships which surrendered were treated with relative restraint. Their cargoes were taken, useful supplies and crew were pressed into service, and the vessel was released or burned depending on Roberts's needs and mood. Ships that resisted were dealt with savagely. The calculus was clear, and most merchant captains could do the math. But Roberts was not merely a thief with a flag. He was building something. A floating enterprise of remarkable sophistication, governed by a set of rules that would become one of the most famous documents in pirate history and one of the most revealing windows into the social world of the 18th century Atlantic. Shortly after assuming command, Roberts had convened his crew and proposed a formal code of conduct, a set of articles that every man aboard would sign and swear to uphold. The pirate articles were not unique to Roberts. Other captains had used similar agreements, but Roberts's articles were unusually detailed, unusually specific, and unusually revealing of the man who drafted them. The articles addressed everything from the distribution of plunder. The captain received 2 shares, the quartermaster 1.5, the master gunner and boatswain 1.25, and common sailors 1 share each, to the settlement of personal disputes, which were required to take place ashore rather than aboard ship. Gambling with cards or dice for money was forbidden. Lights and candles were to be extinguished by 8 o'clock in the evening, and any man who wished to drink after that hour was required to do so on the open deck. Women were prohibited from being brought aboard. Every man was required to keep his weapons clean and ready for service at all times. Musicians were granted the Sabbath as a day of rest, but could be required to play on any other day. And woven through these practical regulations was something more unusual, a system of compensation for injury that functioned as a crude but genuine form of insurance. A man who lost a right arm in battle was entitled to 600 pieces of 8, a left arm 500, a right leg 500, a left leg 400. The loss of an eye or a finger was compensated at 100 pieces of 8. These were not trivial sums. They represented a commitment by the collective to care for its wounded members, a commitment that the Royal Navy, with its vastly greater resources and its pretensions to civilization, did not match. The articles were, in their quiet way, a revolutionary document. They established a social contract aboard Roberts's ships that was more egalitarian, more transparent, and in some respects more humane than the systems governing legitimate vessels of the same era. Merchant sailors worked for fixed wages that were frequently withheld or stolen by unscrupulous captains. Naval sailors were often pressed into service against their will, flogged for minor infractions, and paid so irregularly that mutiny was a constant threat. Roberts's pirates, by contrast, worked under a contract they had voted on, served under a captain they had elected, and were guaranteed a share of profits proportional to their role and risk. The irony was pointed and uncomfortable. The outlaws had built a more just workplace than the empire that hunted them. Now, Roberts himself embodied a different kind of contradiction. He was, by all surviving accounts, personally abstemious, a man who preferred tea to rum in a world where rum was nearly a form of currency. He dressed with an extravagance that seemed deliberately theatrical, the red damask waistcoats and the feathered hats and the diamond cross serving not vanity but strategy. He was creating a visual identity, a brand, a figure that was instantly recognizable and therefore instantly terrifying. When a ship saw a tall man in red standing on the quarterdeck of an approaching vessel, the message was received before a single cannon fired. Black Bart was here. Resistance was inadvisable. And yet beneath the costume and the code, beneath the strategic brilliance and the navigational genius, there was something cold at Roberts's core. He was not cruel for cruelty's sake. He was far less sadistic than Blackbeard, less erratic than Charles Vane, less needlessly violent than Edward Lowe. But he was utterly without sentiment about his profession. He had accepted piracy as a logical response to an illogical situation, and he pursued it with the systematic efficiency of a man running a business. He did not romanticize what he did. He did not pretend to be Robin Hood or a freedom fighter or a rebel against injustice. He was a man who had dipped his hands in muddy water and chosen to be commander rather than common man, and every decision he made flowed from that initial calculation with the clean, cold logic of an equation being solved. As 1719 turned to 1720, Roberts commanded not just one ship but a small fleet. His original crew augmented by volunteers from captured vessels and by pirates from other crews who recognized that serving under Roberts meant serving under the most competent captain on the ocean. His hunting ground expanded. He swept north through the Leeward Islands, taking ships off Barbados, off Martinique, off Dominica. Colonial governors dispatched warships to find him. He outran them, outmaneuvered them, or, no, when the odds favored him, turned and fought them with a ferocity that sent the survivors limping back to port with stories that grew larger in every retelling. He was building momentum. He was building a fleet. He was building a reputation that traveled faster than any ship could sail. And he was about to do something that would elevate him from a successful pirate to something the Atlantic world had never seen before. A one-man catastrophe, a strategic nightmare, a force that would threaten the very architecture of colonial trade. He was about to sail north, to a place no Caribbean pirate had ever thought to strike, to the cold, fog-shrouded harbors of Newfoundland, where the fishing fleets of half a dozen nations rode at anchor in waters they believed to be utterly beyond the reach of any pirate alive. They were wrong. In the summer of 1720, Bartholomew Roberts brought his fleet north along the American seaboard with the unhurried confidence of a man following a plan that existed fully formed in his mind before the first sail was trimmed. The Caribbean was becoming crowded. Not with pirates. Those ranks were thinning by the month, but with the men who hunted them. The Royal Navy had increased its patrols through the Leeward Islands, the governors of Barbados and Martinique, both of whom Roberts had personally humiliated by raiding ships within sight of their harbors, had placed substantial bounties on his head and equipped armed sloops to patrol their coastal waters. French warships prowled the Windward Passage. Spanish guardacostas worked the approaches to Havana and Cartagena. The Caribbean, which had been the nursery of Atlantic piracy for 2 centuries, was becoming a cage, and Roberts had no intention of being caught inside it. His decision to sail north was characteristic. Where other pirates would have responded to increased pressure by lying low, by seeking a remote anchorage to wait out the heat, Roberts responded by expanding. He would not contract his operations to fit a shrinking safe zone. He would find new waters, new targets, new theaters of operation so far from the centers of naval power that the men hunting him would not even know where to look. The Atlantic was vast. Roberts intended to use every mile of it. The fleet worked its way up the coast through the spring and early summer, pausing to take prizes as opportunities presented themselves. Roberts captured merchant vessels off the Carolinas and Virginia, adding to his supplies and his intelligence about northern shipping patterns. He interrogated every captured captain with the same methodical thoroughness, building his understanding of where the valuable cargoes moved, when they moved, and how they were protected. And by June, he had assembled a picture of the Newfoundland fisheries that was more complete than anything the colonial authorities possessed. The Newfoundland fishery was, in 1720, one of the most valuable commercial enterprises in the North Atlantic. Every summer, hundreds of vessels from England, France, Portugal, and the American colonies converged on the Grand Banks and the harbors of eastern Newfoundland to harvest the seemingly inexhaustible stocks of Atlantic cod. The fish were split, salted, and dried on wooden flakes along the shore, then loaded aboard the same vessels for transport back to European markets, where dried cod was a dietary staple for millions. The fishery employed thousands of men and generated revenues that dwarfed many colonial economies. It was also, by its very nature, almost completely undefended. The fishing harbors of Newfoundland were seasonal camps, not fortified settlements. They had no permanent garrisons, no coastal batteries, no patrol vessels. The fishing ships themselves were working boats, broad-beamed, slow, designed to carry cargo, not to fight. Their crews were fishermen, not sailors trained in combat. The entire enterprise operated on the assumption that no pirate would ever sail this far north, into waters that were cold, fog-bound, and thousands of miles from the tropical hunting grounds where pirates were known to operate. Roberts arrived at the harbor of Trepassey on the southeastern tip of Newfoundland on June 21, 1720. What he found there exceeded even his expectations. 22 merchant ships and over 150 fishing vessels rode at anchor in the harbor. Their crews ashore or working the drying flakes along the waterfront, it was the height of the fishing season. The harbor was as full as it would ever be, and it was utterly defenseless. Roberts sailed directly into Trepassey with his flags flying and his guns run out. The effect was instantaneous and total. Panic swept through the harbor like a contagion. Crews abandoned their ships. Men ashore dropped their work and fled into the surrounding forest. Fishing boats cut their anchor cables and attempted to escape into the open sea, only to find Roberts's consort vessels blocking the harbor mouth. Within hours, Roberts controlled every vessel in Trepassey, over 170 ships, the entire fishing fleet of one of Newfoundland's most productive harbors, captured without a single shot fired and without a single casualty on either side. The destruction that followed was methodical rather than frenzied. Roberts did not need 170 fishing boats. He needed supplies, equipment, and one good ship to replace vessels in his fleet that were growing foul with marine growth. He moved through the captured fleet with the eye of a professional surveyor, selecting the best equipped vessel, a Bristol galley with clean lines and sound rigging, and claiming it as his own. He stripped the remaining ships of anything useful: cordage, canvas, provisions, navigational instruments, small arms, ammunition. Then he burned what he did not need. The smoke from Trepassey Harbor was visible for miles, on a black column rising into the northern sky like a signal fire announcing that the rules of the Atlantic had changed. But Roberts was not finished with Newfoundland. He spent the next several weeks cruising the coast, moving from harbor to harbor with the systematic thoroughness of a man conducting an audit. He raided harbors at Ferryland, at Bay Bulls, at St. Mary's. He took ships at will, burned what he could not use, and left behind communities that were economically devastated. The fishing season drew nigh. The entire annual economic cycle on which these settlements depended was ruined. Ships that had traveled thousands of miles from Bristol and Poole and Lisbon to harvest cod would return empty, their owners bankrupted, their crews unpaid. The scale of the destruction was staggering. In a single campaign lasting approximately 3 weeks, Roberts captured or destroyed an estimated 26 ships in the harbors alone, plus dozens of smaller fishing vessels, and disrupted the operations of hundreds more. The economic damage rippled outward from Newfoundland to England, to Portugal, to the colonial economies that depended on the fish trade. Insurance rates for Atlantic shipping, already elevated by years of pirate activity, spiked to levels that threatened to make certain trade routes commercially unviable. Merchants in London and Bristol petitioned Parliament, colonial governors wrote frantic dispatches to the Admiralty. The message was the same everywhere. There was a pirate operating on a scale that no one had seen before, striking targets that no one had thought to defend, and no one, not the Royal Navy, not the colonial militias, not the combined maritime forces of three empires, seemed capable of stopping him. Roberts sailed south from Newfoundland in late July, his fleet refreshed and resupplied, his reputation now a thing of genuine strategic consequence. He was no longer merely a successful pirate. He was a crisis. The Admiralty dispatched additional warships to the American coast. Colonial governors were ordered to coordinate their defenses. Intelligence networks were activated. For the first time, the British government was treating a single pirate captain not as a criminal nuisance, but as a strategic threat to imperial commerce. And Roberts, reading the Atlantic's moods with the same fluency he had always possessed, understood that the noose was tightening. More warships meant more patrols. More patrols meant fewer safe anchorages, fewer undefended targets, fewer opportunities to resupply and careen his ships. The American coast, like the Caribbean before it, was becoming dangerous. A lesser captain might have pressed his luck, might have doubled down on familiar waters, might have let success breed the kind of overconfidence that had killed Blackbeard and so many others. Roberts did something else entirely. He turned his fleet east, back across the Atlantic toward the coast of West Africa. He was returning to the waters where he had been born as a pirate. But he was returning as a fundamentally different force than the reluctant third mate who had been dragged aboard the Royal Rover barely a year earlier. He was returning as the most feared man on the ocean. The crossing was long. The Atlantic in late summer offered favorable winds for an eastward passage. But the distance was vast. Over 3,000 miles of open water with no landmarks, no safe ports, and no room for navigational error. It was exactly the kind of passage that tested the skills Roberts had spent a lifetime building. His crew, by now a mixture of original pirates, pressed sailors, and volunteers from a dozen nations, trusted his navigation implicitly. They had seen what happened when Roberts plotted a course. They arrived. The fleet raised the West African coast in late 1720, making landfall somewhere along the stretch between modern-day Senegal and Sierra Leone. And here, in the waters that would become his final theater of operations, Roberts entered the most extraordinary phase of his career, a sustained campaign of piracy so prolific, so widespread, and so strategically sophisticated that it defied everything the colonial powers thought they knew about how pirates operated. The West African coast in the early 18th century was a place of extraordinary commercial density and extraordinary governmental weakness. European nations maintained a string of trading posts and forts along the coast, British, French, Dutch, Portuguese, Danish, each serving as a node in the transatlantic trade network. These forts purchased enslaved people from African kingdoms and held them in dungeons called barracoons until slave ships arrived to transport them across the Atlantic. The forts also traded in gold, ivory, and other commodities. The ships that serviced this trade, slave ships, merchantmen, supply vessels, were numerous, valuable, and critically poorly defended. The European garrisons were small, undermanned, and weakened by the tropical diseases that made the West African coast the most lethal posting in the colonial world. Malaria, yellow fever, and dysentery killed European soldiers and sailors with a regularity that made military planning nearly impossible. Governors died in office. Garrisons were reduced to skeleton strength. Ships sat in harbor without enough healthy men to sail them. For a pirate with Roberts' capabilities, it was a theater of almost unlimited opportunity. Roberts established himself on the African coast with the same systematic approach he had applied to every previous hunting ground. He gathered intelligence. He identified shipping patterns. He mapped the locations of naval vessels and the schedules of their patrols. He established anchorages where his ships could careen and resupply without interference, and then he began to hunt. The pace of captures accelerated beyond anything Roberts had achieved in the Caribbean or Newfoundland. The ships were everywhere. coming and going from the trading forts, riding at anchor in undefended harbors, sailing in small convoys that Roberts's growing fleet could overwhelm with ease. He took slave ships. He took merchantmen. He took supply vessels bound for the forts. He took ships of every nationality, British, French, Dutch, Portuguese, with an impartiality that suggested not recklessness, but a calculated understanding that in these waters no single nation had the strength to stop him. The captures mounted 10 ships, 20, 30. The numbers climbed through the final months of 1720 and into 1721 with a relentlessness that began to seem almost mechanical. Roberts was not raiding, he was harvesting. He moved along the coast with the regularity of a merchant vessel running its own trade route, except that his trade was plunder and his customers were his own crew, who were growing wealthy beyond anything they had imagined possible when they first came aboard. And it was during this period, for this extraordinary sustained campaign along the African coast, that the internal world of Roberts's ships became most fully visible, thanks to the testimony that would later emerge at the Cape Coast Castle trial. The picture that testimony paints is one of the most fascinating and contradictory social experiments in the history of the Atlantic world. Roberts's fleet had grown to 3 or 4 vessels at any given time, crewed by between 300 and 400 men. The crews were astonishingly diverse. Welshmen sailed alongside Englishmen, Irishmen, Dutchmen, Frenchmen, and men from the American colonies. A significant number were African, some formerly enslaved men who had been freed from captured slave ships, others who had joined voluntarily from coastal communities. The ships operated under Roberts's articles, which were enforced with a consistency that legitimate naval vessels would have envied. Disputes were adjudicated, plunder was distributed, the injured were compensated, the democratic mechanism, voting, the right to depose an incompetent captain, the election of the quartermaster as a check on the captain's authority, functioned with a regularity that the trial testimony confirms. The quartermaster aboard Roberts's flagship during this period was a man named Thomas Anstis, and later a man named William Magnus, and the role they played was crucial to the ship's functioning. The quartermaster was, in effect, the crew's representative, elected by them, answerable to them, and empowered to countermand the captain's orders in matters affecting the distribution of plunder or the treatment of the crew. The captain held absolute authority in the battle. In all other matters, his authority was checked by the quartermaster and by the collective will of the crew as expressed through vote. It was a system of divided powers that would not have been entirely unfamiliar to a student of Roman Republican government, though the men who practiced it would have been baffled by the comparison. Roberts himself occupied an unusual position within this system. He was respected, but not loved. The crew followed him because he was brilliant, not because he was warm. He maintained a personal distance from most of his men that was unusual aboard pirate vessels, where captains typically cultivated bonds of personal loyalty through shared drinking, shared danger, and shared excess. Roberts did not drink with his crew. He did not gamble with them. He dressed differently, ate differently, and kept hours that set him apart from the rhythms of the common sailors. His preference for tea, documented in multiple sources, was the most visible symbol of a broader temperamental separation. He was a man apart, governing through competence and will rather than through fellowship. This distance created a vulnerability that would prove fatal, but in 1721 it also created something valuable, an aura of authority that was qualitatively different from the authority of other pirate captains. Roberts did not need to be feared in the way that a sadistic captain needed to be feared. He did not need to be loved in the way that a charismatic captain needed to be loved. He needed only to be right, consistently, about the decisions that mattered: where to sail, when to fight, when to run, which ships to take, which to leave, how to navigate the invisible web of naval patrols and colonial defenses that was, a month-by-month growing tighter around the Atlantic. As long as Roberts kept making the right calls, the crew would follow. The moment he stopped, they would not. Through the first half of 1721, the calls kept coming right. Roberts swept the African coast from Senegal to the Bight of Benin, a stretch of over 2,000 miles, taking ships with a frequency that defied the colonial authorities' ability to respond. Governors wrote to London begging for warships. The warships came, but the coast was vast and Roberts was mobile. He could cover hundreds of miles in days, striking at one point while the naval vessels searched for him at another. The Royal Navy was playing chess. Roberts was playing the entire board. His tactical methods during this period were refined to a high polish. When approaching a potential prize, Roberts would fly false colors, French, English, Dutch, Portuguese, choosing the flag most likely to allay the suspicion of the target. He would close to within hailing distance before revealing his true identity, at which point the black flag would be raised and a warning shot fired across the bow. The ritual was carefully calibrated. The false flag created the approach, the black flag created the decision point. Most captains, confronted with Roberts's reputation and Roberts' guns at close range, made the rational choice. They struck their colors and surrendered. When they did not, Roberts was prepared. His ships were well armed. Through the Royal Fortune, his flagship, carried between 20 and 40 guns depending on the period, crewed by men who drilled regularly on the guns in a fashion more reminiscent of a naval vessel than a pirate ship. Roberts insisted on gunnery practice, on maintaining the weapons, on keeping the powder dry and the shot organized. He understood that the day would come when reputation alone would not suffice, and that on that day the speed and accuracy of his gunners would mean the difference between survival and the gallows. That day came repeatedly along the African coast. Not every captain surrendered. Some fought. The engagements were typically brief and one-sided. Roberts had superior firepower, a larger crew, and the advantage of choosing the time and place of the encounter. But they were not without cost. Men were wounded. Men were killed. Ships were damaged. Each engagement consumed ammunition and supplies that could not be easily replaced. And each engagement, however one-sided, carried the risk of the kind of lucky shot or unexpected reversal that could end everything in an instant. Roberts knew this. He had seen it happen to Howell Davis. He had no illusions about the fragility of his position. It was this awareness, perhaps, that drove the most remarkable tactical innovation of Roberts's African campaign. An innovation that revealed the full depth of his strategic thinking and the degree to which he had transcended the limitations of conventional pirate warfare. Roberts began to target not just individual ships, but the infrastructure of the slave trade itself. He raided trading posts. He attacked forts. He sailed into harbors and demanded tribute from the European factors who managed the coastal trade. He positioned his ships to blockade entire sections of the coast, preventing merchant vessels from reaching the forts and effectively shutting down commerce along stretches of coastline hundreds of miles long. This was not piracy in the traditional sense. This was economic warfare, conducted with a strategic coherence that the colonial authorities found genuinely alarming. The effect on the slave trade was significant. Ships delayed their voyages rather than risk encountering Roberts. Insurance premiums climbed further. The Royal African Company, which held the British monopoly on the African trade, reported losses that threatened its financial viability. In colonial governors who depended on the slave trade for their personal income and the economic health of their settlements watched their revenues dry up and their harbors empty. Roberts was not merely stealing cargo. He was disrupting a system, the same system he had spent 25 years serving as a legitimate sailor, and the disruption was radiating outward through the Atlantic economy with consequences that reached London, Amsterdam, Paris, and Lisbon. The moral dimensions of this disruption are complex and resist easy interpretation. Roberts was not an abolitionist. There is no evidence that he opposed the slave trade on principle, and his own ships carried formerly enslaved men whose status within the pirate crew, while dramatically better than their status aboard a slave ship, was not always one of full equality. In some, African crew members served in combat roles and received shares of plunder. Others occupied subordinate positions that reflected the racial hierarchies of the broader Atlantic world, transplanted imperfectly onto the more egalitarian soil of a pirate vessel. Roberts's disruption of the slave trade was a byproduct of his strategic calculations, not a moral project. He attacked slave ships because they were valuable targets. He blockaded trade routes because doing so was tactically advantageous. That his piracy caused suffering to the slavers and their commercial networks is true. That it was motivated by concern for the enslaved is almost certainly not. And yet the effect was real. For months, at a stretch, Roberts's presence on the African coast made the slave trade more dangerous, more expensive, and less efficient. Ships that might have carried thousands of enslaved people across the Atlantic delayed their voyages or changed their routes. The human calculus of that disruption, lives not destroyed, families not separated, because a pirate made the economics temporarily unfavorable, is impossible to quantify but impossible to ignore. History is full of accidental consequences, and Roberts's campaign along the African coast produced some that were more humane than anything he intended. By the middle of 1721, Roberts had been a pirate captain for 2 years. In that time, he had captured well over 200 ships across 3 separate theaters of operation: the Brazilian coast, the Caribbean and North American seaboard, and the West African coast. He commanded a fleet of multiple vessels and a crew of several hundred men. His reputation was such that ships surrendered at the sight of his flag, and colonial governors organized their defenses around his anticipated movements rather than waiting for him to appear. He had achieved a level of dominance over Atlantic shipping that no pirate before him had approached, and that no pirate after him would ever match. And yet the machinery of his destruction was already in motion. In London, the Admiralty was assembling the response that would end Roberts's career. The man chosen to lead it was Captain Challoner Ogle, commander of HMS Swallow, a 60-gun warship that represented a class of naval power that no pirate vessel could match in a straight fight. Ogle was not a brilliant tactician. He did not need to be. He was methodical, patient, and relentlessly professional, qualities that in the long run were more dangerous to Roberts than any amount of tactical genius. Ogle would not try to outthink Roberts. He would simply follow him, track him, pin him down, and bring him to battle under conditions where the Swallow's superior firepower would be decisive. Ogle departed England with orders to find Bartholomew Roberts and destroy him. The orders came from the highest levels of the Admiralty, reflecting a recognition that Roberts was not merely a pirate, but a strategic threat to British commercial interests across the entire Atlantic. The fact that a single pirate captain could provoke this level of institutional response tells us something about the scale of what Roberts had achieved. Blackbeard, at the height of his notoriety, had been hunted by a single lieutenant with 2 borrowed sloops. Roberts warranted a 60-gun warship and a captain with a direct mandate from the Lords of the Admiralty. The Swallow sailed for the African coast. The hunt would take months. The ocean was vast, intelligence was slow, and Roberts was mobile. But Ogle had advantages that Roberts could not match. He had a single purpose-built warship that was faster, stronger, and more heavily armed than anything in Roberts's fleet. He had a professional crew trained to naval standards. He had the logistical support of the Royal Navy, the ability to resupply at British forts, to receive intelligence from colonial officials, to coordinate with other naval vessels operating in the same waters. And he had something else, something intangible but ultimately decisive. He had the weight of an empire behind him, and empires, whatever their other failings, were very good at finding and killing the men who threatened their profits. Roberts, for his part, seemed aware that the endgame was approaching. The testimony from the Cape Coast Castle trial suggests that by late 1721, the mood aboard Roberts's ships had begun to shift. The relentless pace of operations was taking its toll. The crew was wealthy but exhausted. Disease, the constant companion of European sailors on the African coast, was thinning the ranks more effectively than any naval engagement. Men who had joined with dreams of quick wealth and a return to legitimate life found themselves trapped in a cycle of raiding and running that offered no obvious exit. The democratic mechanisms that governed the ships still functioned, but the votes were becoming more fractious, the debates more heated, the consensus harder to achieve, and the drinking was getting worse. This was perhaps the deepest irony of Roberts's command. The man who preferred tea to rum, who kept early hours and insisted on discipline, found himself presiding over a crew that was, by the final months of his career, in the grip of a collective alcoholism that he could not control. Rum was the currency of pirate morale, the lubricant that kept men functional in conditions of extreme stress and constant danger. Roberts could regulate it. His article specified when and where drinking was permitted, but he could not eliminate it. And in the final months of 1721, the regulations were fraying. Men drank on watch. Men drank during the day. Men drank with the particular desperation of people who understood, at some level below conscious articulation, that time was running out. Roberts watched this deterioration with the cold, clear eyes of a man who had always seen his crew as instruments rather than companions. He tightened discipline where he could. He punished infractions. He maintained his own standards of dress and behavior with an almost defiant rigidity, as if his crimson waistcoat and his diamond cross could serve as a bulwark against the entropy that was consuming his fleet from within. But he could not stop what was happening, because what was happening was not a failure of discipline. It was a failure of hope. The men were drinking because they could feel the walls closing in, and no amount of tea-drinking composure from the quarterdeck could change the fact that every British fort on the African coast now knew their position, their strength, and their course. The Swallow was coming. Roberts knew it. And somewhere in the mathematics of his brilliant calculating mind, the equation that had governed his life since the day he accepted command of the Royal Rover was reaching its final, inescapable solution. The final months of 1721 unfolded along the West African coast with the slow, grinding inevitability of a tide coming in. Roberts continued to take prizes. He could not stop, because stopping meant allowing his crew to sit idle, and idle men on a pirate ship were men who thought too hard about the noose. But the character of the campaign had changed. The great sweeping raids of the earlier months, the blockades that shut down entire stretches of coastline, the bold approaches to fortified harbors gave way to something more cautious, more reactive, more dependent on opportunity than design. Roberts was still dangerous. He was still the most capable naval tactician operating outside the formal structures of European power. But he was operating now within constraints that even his genius could not fully overcome, and the constraints were tightening with every week that passed. The geography of the West African coast, which had served Roberts so well during the expansive phase of his campaign, now began to work against him. The coastline was long, thousands of miles from the Gambia River in the north to the Bight of Benin in the south. But it was also linear, a single continuous shore with limited options for concealment or escape. Unlike the Caribbean, with its hundreds of islands and its maze of channels and passages, the African coast offered few places where a fleet of 3 or 4 ships could hide from a determined pursuer. The harbors were open, the anchorages were known. The European forts, however weak their garrisons, served as observation posts that could track Roberts's movements and relay intelligence to any naval vessel that called. Roberts was sailing along a corridor, and the corridor had eyes. He compensated with movement, constant, restless, almost compulsive movement. He rarely stayed in one anchorage for more than a few days. He varied his course unpredictably, doubling back on his track, crossing his own wake, using the complex local currents and the seasonal wind patterns to confound anyone attempting to predict his next position. His navigational skills, those skills that had elevated him from pressed sailor to pirate king, were now employed in their most essential function, keeping him alive. Every course change, every nighttime departure from an anchorage, every decision to pass up a potential prize in favor of maintaining speed and distance from known patrol routes was a calculation performed by a mind that never stopped running the numbers, never stopped weighing risk against reward, never stopped asking the question that had governed his entire pirate career. What is the best available option within the constraints I cannot change? But the constraints were changing, and not in his favor. The British forts along the Gold Coast, Cape Coast Castle, Anamabu, Comenda, Secondi, were receiving reinforcements, not large ones. The Admiralty did not have the resources or the political will to garrison the African coast in force, but the trickle of fresh soldiers, fresh supplies, and fresh intelligence that flowed into these outposts throughout late 1721 represented something more significant than the sum of its material parts. It represented institutional attention. The Empire had noticed Roberts, had classified him as a priority, and had begun, slowly, inefficiently, with all the bureaucratic clumsiness that characterized colonial administration, to mobilize against him. Letters moved between governors. Dispatches crossed the Atlantic. Naval schedules were adjusted. Patrol routes were redrawn. The net was not yet tight, but it was being woven. And each thread reduced Roberts's margin of maneuver by an increment so small that no single change was alarming, but the cumulative effect was inexorable. Roberts responded to this pressure with a decision that revealed both the clarity of his strategic thinking and the narrowing of his options. He moved his base of operations further south, away from the heavily trafficked Gold Coast and into the waters around the Bight of Biafra and the island of Fernando Po. These waters were less patrolled, less observed, and further from the concentrations of British naval power. They were also less productive. Fewer merchant ships transited the southern reaches of the coast, and those that did were often smaller, less valuable, and less worth the risk of engagement. Roberts was trading security for opportunity. And for a man whose entire career had been built on the aggressive exploitation of opportunity, the trade must have felt like a kind of surrender. It was not surrender, not yet. Roberts was too proud and too rational for that. But it was a retreat, and the crew knew it. The psychological effect of this southward drift was corrosive. Pirates were not soldiers. They did not serve out of duty or patriotism or contractual obligation that could be enforced by a legal system. They served because the arrangement was profitable, and they continued serving as long as the profits outweighed the risks. Roberts's articles guaranteed every man a share of the plunder, but when the plunder diminished, the articles became a contract that promised a percentage of nothing. The crew's wealth, accumulated over months of prolific raiding, he sat in chests below decks, gold and silver and jewelry that could buy a man a new life if he could only find a way to spend it. But there was nowhere to spend it. No friendly port would receive them. No fence would risk buying pirate gold with the Royal Navy, tightening its grip on every harbor within 1,000 miles. The money was real but useless, a fortune trapped in the same floating prison as the men who had stolen it. Discontent does not announce itself aboard a ship the way it announces itself ashore. There are no public meetings, no broadsides nailed to doors, no speeches on street corners. Discontent aboard a ship is a thing of whispered conversations in the holds at night, of meaningful looks exchanged during the watch change, of a subtle shift in the way men respond to orders. Not quite disobedience, not yet. Is but a hesitation, a flatness, a withdrawal of the invisible enthusiasm that is the difference between a crew that follows willingly and a crew that follows because it has not yet found the courage to stop. Roberts, observant as he was, would have registered these signals. He had spent his entire adult life aboard ships. He knew the sound of a crew turning sour the way a farmer knows the smell of coming rain. His response was characteristically unsentimental. He could not give the men what they wanted most, a safe port, a chance to convert their plunder into a life ashore, because that option did not exist. What he could give them was activity, purpose, the sense that the ship was moving forward, that prizes were still being taken, that the enterprise was still functioning. So he continued to hunt, even when the hunting was lean. He took small prizes, coastal traders, fishing boats, vessels so insignificant that a year earlier he would not have troubled to run out his guns for them. He distributed their meager cargoes with the same formal ceremony he had applied to the treasures of the Sagrada Familia. He maintained the rituals of the articles, the votes, the share distributions, the adjudication of disputes, because the rituals were load-bearing structures, and without them the ship's social architecture would collapse. and he drank his tea on the quarterdeck in his crimson waistcoat and his diamond cross, watching the coast slide by, reading the sky, doing the mathematics of survival one more time, one more day, one more passage southward into waters that grew emptier with every mile. It was during this period of diminished operations that Roberts made a decision whose consequences would echo through the final act of his career. He put into the harbor at Whydah, known today as Ouidah in modern Benin, one of the busiest slave trading ports on the West African coast. Whydah was a center of the trade controlled by the Kingdom of Dahomey, and its harbor was typically crowded with European slave ships loading their human cargoes for the transatlantic passage. Roberts arrived in January 1722 and found exactly what he expected. 11 slave ships rode at anchor in the road, their holds in various stages of being filled with enslaved people purchased from the Dahomean factors ashore. Roberts moved through the anchored fleet with practiced efficiency. He took what he needed from each ship, provisions, weapons, rum, to sailcloth, cordage, and demanded ransom for the vessels themselves. Most captains paid. The amounts were not enormous, but they were enough to sustain the fleet and, perhaps more importantly, to sustain the crew's sense that the enterprise was still profitable. The psychological value of the Whydah raid exceeded its material value. It reminded the crew of what they were and what they could do. It was a demonstration, however diminished in scale from the great campaigns of the previous year, that Black Bart was still Black Bart, and that the Atlantic was still his to take from. But one of the captains at Whydah refused to pay the ransom Roberts demanded for the return of his ship. The vessel was a slave ship called the Porcupine, and its captain apparently calculated that Roberts's asking price was too high relative to the ship's value, or perhaps simply decided on principle that he would not submit to extortion. The reasons are unclear in the surviving records. What is clear is the consequence. Roberts, true to the code that had governed his career, the code that said resistance must be punished visibly, immediately, and disproportionately so that future resistance would seem irrational, burned the Porcupine. The ship was not empty. There were enslaved people chained below its decks. The historical sources are not precise about the number of people who died in the burning of the Porcupine. Estimates range from 80 to over 100 enslaved Africans shackled in the hold, unable to escape, burned alive because a merchant captain refused to pay a pirate's ransom, and a pirate captain refused to let defiance stand unanswered. The moment stands as the single darkest episode in Roberts's career, and it strips away any temptation to romanticize the man or his profession. Roberts was a brilliant strategist, a gifted navigator, and a leader of extraordinary capability. He was also a man who burned human beings alive to make a point about the cost of resistance. The two facts coexist. They do not cancel each other. They define, with terrible clarity, the moral universe of the 18th century Atlantic, where human life was a commodity and its destruction was a business calculation. Roberts sailed from Whydah with his fleet resupplied, but his situation fundamentally unchanged. The walls were still closing, the Royal Navy was still coming, and the drinking aboard his ships was still getting worse. And it was around this time, late January or early February of 1722, that HMS Swallow, under Captain Challoner Ogle, arrived on the West African coast. Ogle had been searching for Roberts for months, working his way down the coastline with the patient, unglamorous determination that characterized his entire approach to the mission. He gathered intelligence at every British fort. He interviewed merchant captains who had encountered Roberts or heard rumors of his position. He cross-referenced reports, estimated speeds and courses, and built a picture of Roberts's movements that grew more accurate with each data point. Ogle was not trying to outmaneuver Roberts. He was trying to locate him, and once located, to bring him to battle under conditions that favored the Swallow's overwhelming advantage in firepower. The Swallow was a formidable vessel. 60 guns, a well-trained crew, a hull that was cleaner and faster than anything Roberts commanded after months of continuous operations in tropical waters. Roberts's ships, particularly the Royal Fortune, the third vessel to bear that name, as Roberts had a habit of renaming his flagships, were foul with weed and barnacles, their speed degraded, their hulls weakened by the relentless action of warm water marine organisms that bored into timber and turned sound planking into something closer to sponge. This was the invisible enemy that Roberts could not fight. A ship in tropical waters needed to be hauled out of the water and scraped clean, but a process called careening, every few months to maintain its speed and structural integrity. Careening required a sheltered harbor, several days of immobility, and a crew sober and organized enough to do the work. Roberts had managed it periodically throughout his career, but in the final months of 1721 and into 1722, the opportunities for safe careening had grown scarce. His ships were slower than they had been, and speed for a pirate was life. Ogle's intelligence led him to the coast near Cape Lopez, a low, swampy promontory on the coast of what is now Gabon. It was here that Roberts had established a temporary anchorage, using the Cape's sheltered waters to rest his crew and assess his options. The fleet consisted of 3 vessels: the Royal Fortune, Roberts' flagship; the Great Ranger, a captured French vessel commanded by a man named James Skyarm; and a smaller consort whose name varies in the sources. The combined crew numbered somewhere around 300 men, though the effective fighting strength was considerably less. Disease, drunkenness, and the general entropy of a long campaign had reduced the number of men capable of manning the guns and working the sails to something well below the nominal roster. Roberts did not know that Ogle was close. The intelligence network that had served him so well during the expansive phase of his campaign had deteriorated along with everything else. Fewer captured ships meant fewer interrogations. Fewer contacts with coastal traders meant less information about naval movements. Roberts was, for the first time in his career, operating partially blind, making decisions based on incomplete information in a situation where the margin for error had shrunk to almost nothing. On the morning of February 5th, 1722, the lookout aboard the Royal Fortune spotted a sail on the horizon. The ship was HMS Swallow. What happened next would demonstrate in miniature both the strategic brilliance that had made Roberts the most successful pirate in history and the accumulated vulnerabilities that were about to destroy him. Roberts assessed the approaching vessel and concluded, not unreasonably, given the distance and the condition, that it was a Portuguese merchant ship. Portuguese traders were common in these waters, and their ships, while sometimes armed, were not the kind of threat that required a pirate fleet to flee. Roberts ordered the Great Ranger under Skyarm to pursue and take the vessel as a prize. Ogle, aboard the Swallow, saw the Great Ranger detach from the pirate fleet and move to intercept him. He recognized immediately what was happening. The pirates had mistaken him for a merchant ship. Rather than correcting this error by closing and engaging the entire fleet at once, which would have been the conventional naval response, Ogle made a decision of remarkable tactical restraint. He turned the Swallow as if to flee, drawing the Great Ranger away from the protection of the rest of Roberts's fleet. The Ranger, its crew excited by the prospect of an easy prize, pursued. Ogle led the Great Ranger on a chase that carried it out of sight of Cape Lopez. Then, when the distance was sufficient, he turned the Swallow and revealed his intentions. The 60-gun warship bore down on the Ranger with its ports open and its guns run out. Skyarm, realizing too late what he was facing, attempted to fight. The engagement was ferocious, but one-sided. The Swallow's broadside shattered the Ranger's masts and tore through her hull. Skyarm himself had both legs taken off by a cannonball during the action. He continued to command from the deck, propped against a gun carriage, until blood loss rendered him unconscious. The Ranger's crew fought with a desperation that the trial testimony would later describe in detail, but the outcome was never in doubt. Within 2 hours, the Great Ranger was a dismasted wreck. Her deck slick with blood, her crew dead, wounded, or surrendering. Ogle took the survivors prisoner and turned the Swallow back toward Cape Lopez. He had eliminated 1/3 of Roberts's fighting force without Roberts even knowing it had happened. 5 days passed. 5 days during which Roberts waited at Cape Lopez for the return of the Great Ranger, growing first impatient, then uneasy, then for perhaps the first time in his career, genuinely uncertain about what to do. The Ranger should have returned by now. A Portuguese merchant ship would not have required 5 days to overtake and plunder. The mathematics were wrong, and Roberts's mind, which had been doing these calculations for 3 years without significant error, could not produce an answer that did not include the possibility he least wanted to consider. The Ranger had been taken, which meant the ship it had pursued was not a merchant vessel, which meant there was a warship operating in these waters with the specific intention of finding and destroying him, which meant that everything Roberts did next, every course he set, every hour he remained at anchor, every decision about whether to fight or flee, carried the weight of finality. The crew, meanwhile, was drunk. This was not the ordinary managed drunkenness that Roberts's articles had attempted to regulate throughout his career. This was something closer to collective dissolution. The night before the Swallow's return, the pirates had captured a merchant vessel carrying a large quantity of alcohol, and the crew had celebrated with the particular abandon of men who sensed, without articulating it, that there might not be many celebrations left. They drank through the night. They drank through the dawn. They were still drinking when the sun came up on the morning of February 10th, 1722, and the lookout, himself barely functional, spotted a sail emerging from the gray Atlantic haze. It was the Swallow, and this time, it was not pretending to be anything other than what it was. Roberts stood on the quarterdeck of the Royal Fortune in his crimson damask waistcoat, his diamond cross catching the light, his pistols slung across his chest, and watched the warship approach. The accounts from the trial testimony describe a man who showed no visible fear, no hesitation, no wavering of the absolute self-possession that had been his defining characteristic from the first day of his command. If Roberts felt the weight of the moment, the convergence of every decision he had made since the day Howell Davis dragged him off the Princess, the final narrowing of every option, the closing of every door, he did not show it. He showed the crew what he had always shown them: certainty, composure, the unshakable confidence of a man who had run the numbers and was prepared to act on the result. He ordered the crew to battle stations. Many of them could barely walk. The guns were loaded. Roberts had ensured that, drunk or not, the gun crews maintained their weapons in a state of readiness. But the men behind those guns were in no condition to fight the kind of sustained, close-range engagement that a 60-gun warship would impose. Roberts knew this. He must have known it with the terrible clarity of a man whose entire career had been built on seeing situations exactly as they were, not as he wished them to be. He had 2 options. He could run, using whatever speed the Royal Fortune's fouled hull could produce to open the distance and hope that the Swallow could not maintain pursuit through the night. Or he could fight on bringing the Royal Fortune alongside the Swallow and attempting to board, the pirates' traditional advantage, where numbers and ferocity could offset a warship's superior gunnery. Roberts chose to fight. He chose, specifically, to attack. The decision was characteristic. Roberts had built his career on the principle that aggression was its own form of defense, that the man who attacked first, who closed the distance, who forced the engagement on his own terms, held an advantage that compensated for material weakness. He had proven it dozens of times against merchant ships, against colonial sloops, against every vessel that had been foolish or unlucky enough to find itself in his path. Whether it could work against a purpose-built warship of the Royal Navy, crewed by trained sailors under a competent captain, was a question that had never been tested. Roberts brought the Royal Fortune down on the Swallow with every sail drawing and his colors flying. The black flag with its image of a man standing on 2 skulls snapped in whatever breeze the equatorial morning offered. Roberts stood exposed on the quarterdeck, visible to every man on both ships, a deliberate target and a deliberate symbol. He would not skulk below. He would not take cover behind the gunwale. He would be precisely what he had always been. The tall man in red, the diamond cross, the feathered hat, the figure that had terrified the Atlantic for 3 years, and if the Atlantic was done being terrified, then he would face that truth standing up. The Swallow opened fire at close range. The broadside was devastating. Chain shot and grape shot swept the Royal Fortune's deck, in tearing through rigging, shattering timber, cutting down men who were too drunk to dodge and too slow to find cover. The noise was enormous, the concussive thunder of 40 guns firing in near unison, the shriek of shot through the air, the splintering crash of iron striking wood, the screams of wounded men. Roberts was on the quarterdeck when the grape shot found him. The load struck him in the throat. He was killed almost instantly, collapsing onto the deck in a spreading pool of blood, his crimson waistcoat darkening to a deeper red, the diamond cross still hanging from its gold chain against his chest. He was approximately 40 years old. He had been a pirate for just under 3 years. In that time, he had captured an estimated 400 ships, more than Blackbeard, more than Henry Morgan, more than any pirate before or since. He had terrorized 3 continents, bankrupted trading companies, driven insurance rates to unprecedented heights, and forced the most powerful navy in the world to devote a warship and months of effort to his destruction. He died standing on his own quarterdeck, dressed in silk and diamonds, facing the enemy. He did not run. He did not hide. He did not beg. The man who had dipped his hands in muddy water and chosen to be commander rather than common man met his end in exactly the manner that his entire career had predicted, with calculation, with defiance, and with the absolute refusal to be anything less than what he had decided to be. His crew, even in their degraded state, honored the standing order he had given long before this day. The order that if he were killed in battle, his body was to be thrown overboard immediately, before the enemy could capture it. They understood what Roberts had understood, that in death, the body of a pirate captain became a trophy, a prop for the Empire's theater of punishment. It would be displayed, desecrated, hung in a gibbet at a harbor mouth as a warning to others. Roberts had refused to participate in that theater while alive. His crew would ensure he did not participate in it dead. They lifted his body from the quarterdeck. The diamond cross, the pistols, the crimson waistcoat soaked in blood. They carried him to the rail, and they gave him to the sea. The Atlantic swallowed Bartholomew Roberts without ceremony, without marker, without grave. The water closed over the most successful pirate in recorded history and took him down into darkness, and the darkness has kept him ever since. No body was ever recovered. No bones rest in any churchyard. No memorial marks the place where he fell. The ocean, which had been his instrument and his domain, and his only true home since boyhood, became in the end his tomb, vast, anonymous, and silent. Aboard the Royal Fortune, the fight continued for a short time after Roberts's death, but the outcome was already determined. The crew, leaderless, drunk, and facing a warship that outgunned them in every respect, began to surrender in groups. Some threw down their weapons immediately. Others fought on with the blind, purposeless ferocity of men who knew that surrender meant the gallows and preferred to die on their feet. Or a few attempted to reach the powder magazine to blow the ship rather than allow it to be captured, an act that would have killed pirates and Royal Navy sailors alike, but they were prevented by their own crewmates, who had decided that a chance at the gallows was preferable to certain death by explosion. Ogle's men boarded the Royal Fortune and took control within the hour. The pirates who survived the engagement, approximately 169 men, were placed in irons. The trial that followed would be one of the largest pirate proceedings in British legal history, and its records would provide much of what we know about the internal world of Roberts's ships. The proceedings began on March 28, 1722, at Cape Coast Castle, the principal British fortification on the Gold Coast of what is now Ghana. The castle was a sprawling, whitewashed structure perched on a rocky promontory above the Atlantic, its seaward walls bristling with cannon, its landward face presenting a facade of colonial authority that belied the squalor and cruelty of what happened within. Cape Coast Castle was first and foremost a slave-trading fort. Beneath its elegant courtyards and administrative offices lay a network of underground dungeons, the barracoons, where enslaved Africans were held in darkness, in chains, in conditions of suffocating heat and filth, until the slave ships arrived to carry them across the ocean. It was in this building, this monument to one form of human trafficking, that the British Empire would sit in judgment on another. The irony was lost on no one who cared to notice it, and ignored by everyone who held power within its walls. The presiding officer was Captain Mungo Herdman of HMS Weymouth, assisted by a panel of naval officers and colonial officials. The judge advocate was a man named James Phipps, the general of the Royal African Company at Cape Coast. The legal framework was the Admiralty court system, which operated under different rules than common law courts in England. There was no jury of peers. The judges were naval and colonial officers with a direct professional interest in the suppression of piracy. The accused were permitted to speak in their own defense, but they were not provided with legal counsel, and the evidentiary standards were, by modern reckoning, extraordinarily loose. Testimony from accomplices, from captured sailors with obvious incentives to cooperate, and from naval officers who had participated in the engagement was admitted without the kind of cross-examination that might have tested its reliability. 169 men stood trial. They were a cross-section of the Atlantic world in miniature: Welshmen and Englishmen, Irishmen and Scotsmen, Dutchmen and Frenchmen, men from the American colonies, and a significant number of Africans whose precise legal status within the proceedings was a matter of considerable awkwardness for the court. The African crew members occupied an ambiguous position that the British legal system was not equipped to address. They were not British subjects and therefore could not be tried under British law in the conventional sense. They were not enslaved people in the eyes of the law. They had been serving aboard a pirate vessel bearing arms, and in some cases receiving shares of plunder, and yet the racial hierarchies of the colonial world made it impossible for the court to treat them as it treated the European defendants. The solution the court arrived at was revealing. The African crew members were, for the most part, quietly separated from the proceedings and sold into slavery. They were not tried. They were not acquitted. They were not convicted. They were simply absorbed back into the system of human commodification that the castle existed to serve. Their brief period of something resembling freedom aboard Roberts's ships erased as thoroughly as if it had never happened. The European and colonial defendants faced a more formal reckoning. The trial testimony, preserved in remarkable detail in the official transcript, provides the most intimate surviving portrait of life aboard Roberts's ships. Man after man took the stand, some defiant, some terrified, some calculating their best chance of survival with the same cold pragmatism that Roberts himself might have admired. The primary defense offered by the majority of the accused was that they had been forced men, sailors, who had been pressed into pirate service against their will, who had served under duress, and who had never voluntarily participated in acts of piracy. This defense was not implausible. Roberts had throughout his career routinely pressed skilled sailors from captured vessels, just as he himself had been pressed by Howell Davis. The line between a volunteer pirate and a forced man was, in practice, far less clear than the law required it to be. A sailor captured by pirates and told to serve or die had limited options. He could refuse and be killed or marooned. He could serve and hope that if captured by the authorities, his claim of duress would be believed. Many chose to serve. Whether that constituted voluntary piracy was a question the court answered differently for different men, based on evidence that was often contradictory and criteria that were not always consistent. The testimony revealed the internal world of Roberts's fleet with a granularity that no other source provides. Sailors described the daily routines aboard ship, the watches, the meals, the gunnery drills that Roberts insisted upon, the distribution of plunder after a successful capture. They described the democratic process, the votes, the articles, the role of the quartermaster as a check on the captain's authority. They described Roberts himself, and the portrait that emerges from the accumulated testimony of dozens of men is remarkably consistent. a tall man, a commanding presence, personally abstemious, professionally brilliant, emotionally distant, a man who inspired obedience through competence rather than affection, and who maintained his authority through a combination of strategic genius and an unwavering willingness to enforce the consequences he had promised. Consequences for enemies, for disobedient crew members, and for anyone who threatened the functioning of the enterprise he had built. Several witnesses described Roberts's personal habits in detail that borders on the intimate. His preference for tea was confirmed by multiple sources. His manner of dress, the crimson damask, the diamond cross, the feathered hat, the silk sling carrying his pistols, was described so consistently that it clearly represented a fixed and deliberate personal presentation, rather than the casual wardrobe choices of a man who simply liked nice clothes. One witness described Roberts standing on the quarterdeck during an engagement, watching the approach of a potential prize through a spyglass, calling orders to the helmsman with the calm, measured voice of a man directing a commercial transaction rather than an act of piracy. Another described him at dinner, eating alone at his table in the great cabin, reading captured documents by candlelight while the crew ate communally on the gun deck below. The picture is of a man who had constructed a persona as carefully as he had constructed his fleet. Every element chosen, every detail calibrated, every public appearance a performance designed to communicate a specific message about who he was and what he was capable of. The testimony also revealed the tensions that had fractured Roberts's command in its final months. Several witnesses described the drinking that had consumed the crew during the last weeks of the campaign. One man testified that on the morning of the final engagement with the Swallow, the majority of the crew was so intoxicated that they could not reliably load the cannons. Another described an argument between Roberts and several crew members the night before the battle, in which Roberts demanded that the men stop drinking and prepare for the possibility of a naval engagement. And the men responded with the sullen, half-hearted compliance of people who no longer believed that preparation would make a difference. The democratic mechanisms that had governed the ships were still formally in place, but the substance had drained out of them. Votes were held, but the outcomes were predetermined by faction and fatigue. The articles were read, but their authority depended on a collective investment in the enterprise's future, and that investment had evaporated. The men were going through the motions of a social contract that no longer bound them. And Roberts, the man who had drafted those articles, who had insisted on their enforcement, who had built his entire command structure on their foundation, was left standing alone on a quarterdeck above a crew that followed him out of habit rather than conviction. The trial lasted until April 20th, 1722. Nearly a month of testimony, deliberation, and judgment. Of the 169 men tried, 54 were sentenced to death by hanging. The remainder received various dispositions. Some were acquitted on the basis of the forced man defense, some were sentenced to periods of servitude in the Royal African Company's mines, and some were sentenced to imprisonment in London's Marshalsea prison. The distinctions between those who hanged and those who were spared were not always logically consistent. Men who had served aboard Roberts's ships for years and participated in dozens of captures were sometimes acquitted on the basis of a single witness claiming they had been forced. Men who had been aboard for only weeks were sometimes convicted on the basis of testimony that they had shown enthusiasm for the pirate life. The court was not dispensing justice in any modern sense of the word. It was performing a ritual of imperial authority, demonstrating to the Atlantic world that piracy had consequences, that the British Empire could reach into the most remote waters and impose its will, and that the men who had sailed under the black flag of Bartholomew Roberts would pay the price that the Empire demanded. The executions were carried out at Cape Coast Castle over a period of weeks. The condemned men were hanged in groups on a gallows erected within sight of the sea, their bodies afterwards suspended in iron gibbets at prominent points along the coast, at the harbor mouth, at the entrance to the castle, at locations visible from the shipping lanes, where they would rot in the tropical heat as a warning to any sailor who might be tempted to follow Roberts's example. The smell was terrible. The sight was worse. Passing ships would see the blackened, decomposing forms swaying in their iron cages against the white walls of the castle and the blue-green water of the Gulf of Guinea, and they would understand the message. This is what happens. This is what the Empire does to the men who defy it. The gibbets remained in place for months. Some sources suggest years. The bodies disintegrated slowly in the equatorial humidity, a flesh falling away from bone, bone eventually falling away from iron, until nothing remained but the empty cages swinging in the sea breeze. It was a spectacle of imperial vengeance designed to be the final word on the career of Bartholomew Roberts and the men who had sailed with him. But the Empire's final word was not, in the end, the one that endured. Captain Challoner Ogle, the man who had destroyed Roberts, received an extraordinary distinction for his success. He was knighted, Sir Challoner Ogle, becoming the only naval officer in British history to receive a knighthood specifically for the defeat of a pirate. The honor was a measure of the threat Roberts had represented. Ogle had not defeated a minor nuisance. He had eliminated a strategic menace to the entire Atlantic trading system, and the Empire rewarded him accordingly. And Ogle would go on to a long and distinguished naval career, eventually rising to the rank of Admiral of the Fleet. His name would be remembered in naval records, in the annals of the Admiralty, in the formal history of British sea power. He would be the man who killed Black Bart. It would be, in many ways, the defining achievement of his life. And then something strange happened to the memory of Bartholomew Roberts, something that defied every reasonable expectation of how history treats its most remarkable figures. Something that raises questions about what we remember, why we remember it, and what qualities a life must possess to survive in the collective imagination of a civilization. Roberts vanished. Not immediately, not completely. In the years directly following his death, Roberts was famous. On Captain Johnson's A General History of the Pirates, published in 1724, devoted its longest chapter to Roberts and treated him as the preeminent pirate of the age, which by any quantitative measure he inarguably was. The book was a bestseller. It went through multiple editions. It was translated into French, Dutch, and German. For a generation of readers, Roberts was the pirate, the exemplar of the species, the man whose career defined what piracy was and what it could achieve. The other figures in Johnson's book, Blackbeard, Charles Vane, Jack Rackham, Anne Bonny, Stede Bonnet, were treated as lesser figures, minor characters in a drama whose leading man was unquestionably Bartholomew Roberts. And then gradually, inexorably, the proportions reversed. The minor characters grew. The leading man shrank. By the end of the 18th century, Blackbeard had begun his ascent to the position he holds today, the default pirate of the Western imagination, the name that comes first to mind when the word pirate is spoken, the face that launches 1,000 Halloween costumes and children's books and Hollywood blockbusters. Henry Morgan, whose career as a privateer predated Roberts by decades and whose actual pirate credentials were questionable at best, became the romantic archetype of the Caribbean buccaneer. Captain Kidd, whose pirate career lasted barely 2 years and produced a fraction of Roberts' captures, became the subject of legends, ballads, and treasure-hunting expeditions that continue to this day. Even Jack Rackham, Calico Jack, whose career was brief, whose captures were modest, and whose primary claim to historical fame was that 2 of his crew members were women, achieved a cultural prominence that Bartholomew Roberts never regained. Roberts, the man who had captured 400 ships, faded into the background. By the 19th century, he was a name in reference books, a paragraph in naval histories, a footnote in accounts of the Golden Age of Piracy that devoted their narrative energy to men whose careers were, by any objective standard, less remarkable than his. By the 20th century, he had become genuinely obscure, unknown to the general public, overlooked by popular historians, absent from the cultural mythology of piracy that had become one of the most durable and commercially lucrative narrative traditions in Western civilization. The question is why? And the answer reveals something uncomfortable about the way human beings construct the stories they tell about the past. The simplest explanation is the body. When Roberts's crew threw his corpse into the Atlantic, they denied the Empire the physical proof of its victory, and in doing so inadvertently denied Roberts the macabre immortality that death conferred upon other pirates. Blackbeard's head was cut from his body and hung from the bowsprit of the ship that killed him, then displayed on a pole at the entrance to the Hampton River in Virginia. The image is ghastly, indelible, and unforgettable, exactly the kind of visual detail that embeds itself in popular memory and resists displacement. Captain Kidd was hanged at Execution Dock in London, his body coated in tar and suspended in a gibbet over the Thames, where it swung for years as a tourist attraction and a subject of popular balladry. Even the lesser-known pirates, Stede de Bonnet, Charles Vane, Jack Rackham, were executed publicly, their deaths witnessed, recorded, and woven into the narrative fabric of their times. Their bodies became artifacts. Their deaths became stories. And stories once told and retold acquire a permanence that outlasts the events they describe. Roberts had no body, no execution, no gibbet, no dramatic last words on the scaffold, no weeping crowd, no ballad. He died in battle and disappeared into the ocean. And while that death was arguably more dramatic, more dignified, and more consistent with his character than any gallows scene could have been, it lacked the crucial element that popular memory required. It lacked a spectacle. It lacked a fixed, repeatable image that could be painted, engraved, printed in chapbooks, sung in taverns, and passed from generation to generation as a cautionary tale or a romantic legend. Roberts's death was private, oceanic, and final, in a way that left nothing for the storytellers to work with. The second explanation is more subtle and more revealing. Roberts was too good at his job. His competence, his rationality, his systematic approach to piracy, the very qualities that made him the most successful pirate in history, made him a poor subject for the kind of myth-making that popular culture demanded. The public wanted pirates who were wild, unpredictable, excessive, terrifying in their irrationality. Blackbeard understood this instinctively. He wove slow-burning fuses into his enormous black beard so that his face was wreathed in smoke during battle, creating a visual impression of demonic fury that had nothing to do with tactical necessity and everything to do with theater. He cultivated an image of savage, almost supernatural menace that made him famous far beyond what his actual achievements warranted. Blackbeard captured approximately 20 ships in a career that lasted roughly 2 years. Roberts captured 400 in 3. But Blackbeard looked like a pirate, behaved like a pirate, and died like a pirate. Fighting to the last on a blood-soaked deck, his body found with 25 wounds, his severed head the trophy that proved the monster was real. Roberts looked like a gentleman. He behaved like an executive. He drank tea. He kept early hours. He died from a single load of grape shot to the throat and was in the water before the drama of his death could be fully appreciated by anyone aboard either ship. There was nothing monstrous about him, nothing supernatural, nothing that lent itself to the exaggeration and embellishment that turned historical pirates into mythological figures. He was brilliant and effective and disciplined, and none of those qualities make for a good bedtime story or a memorable tavern song. The third explanation involves something deeper still, something about the relationship between historical memory and moral simplicity. The pirates who survived in popular culture did so in part because their stories could be told as simple moral fables. Blackbeard was a monster who got what he deserved. Captain Kidd was an innocent man hanged by a corrupt system. Or a villain who hid treasure that is still waiting to be found, depending on which version of the story the teller preferred. Henry Morgan was the dashing rogue who tweaked the nose of the Spanish Empire and lived to become a knight and a governor. These stories are satisfying because they are simple. Good versus evil. Justice versus injustice. The treasure map. The buried chest. The skull. And crossbones. Roberts's story was none of these things. It was a story about a competent professional who was forced into a criminal career, accepted it with chilling rationality, built the most successful pirate enterprise in recorded history through intelligence and discipline, rather than through violence and madness, burned enslaved people alive when his strategic logic demanded it. He created a society aboard his ships that was in some respects more just than the empire that hunted him, and died standing on his own quarterdeck in a crimson waistcoat because he had calculated that attack was a better option than flight. And the calculation turned out to be wrong. There is no moral simplicity in that story. There is no comfortable lesson. There is only the disquieting spectacle of a human being of extraordinary capability operating in a world of extraordinary brutality, making choices that were simultaneously rational and monstrous, and building something that was simultaneously admirable and horrifying. That is not a story that cultures tend to preserve. Cultures preserve stories that confirm what they already believe, about heroes, about villains, about the way the world works and the way justice operates within it. Roberts' story does not confirm anything. It complicates everything, and complications in the marketplace of popular memory have always sold poorly. There is a fourth factor, less discussed but perhaps most significant of all. Roberts' career coincided with, and in many ways precipitated, the end of the Golden Age of Piracy. His destruction was not merely the elimination of one pirate captain, it was the definitive proof that the Atlantic had been tamed, that the European empires had won their long battle against the freelance predators who had haunted their shipping lanes for generations. The mass trial at Cape Coast Castle, the gibbets along the coast, the knighthood bestowed upon Ogle, all of these were designed to announce a conclusion, to slam a door, to declare the pirate era over. And the narrative convenience of that declaration required Roberts to be treated not as a singular figure, but as a final one. He was the last great pirate, and the ultimate proof that even the most capable outlaw could not indefinitely resist the machinery of empire. His story was absorbed into the larger story of piracy's defeat, rather than being told on its own terms. The men who came before him, Blackbeard, Morgan, Kidd, were remembered as characters in an ongoing drama, figures from the romantic heyday of a phenomenon that fascinated and terrified in equal measure. Roberts was remembered, when he was remembered at all, as the period at the end of the sentence, the man who came last, the man after whom the door closed, and endings, even dramatic ones, are less compelling to the popular imagination than the stories that precede them. Nobody remembers the last note of a symphony the way they remember the opening theme. So the forgetting happened, slowly, quietly, with none of the violence or drama that had characterized the life being forgotten. Bartholomew Roberts, Black Bart, the man who captured 400 ships, who terrorized 3 continents, who built a floating democracy governed by articles more egalitarian than anything operating ashore, who wore a diamond cross stolen from a king and drank tea while his crew drank rum, who burned men alive and compensated his wounded, and faced a 60-gun warship in a silk waistcoat because he had decided long ago that if the world was going to make him a pirate, he would be the greatest pirate it had ever seen. That man slipped beneath the surface of collective memory as surely as his body had slipped beneath the surface of the Atlantic on that gray February morning off Cape Lopez. The sea took both, the man and the memory, and for nearly 3 centuries both remained in the dark. What remained on the surface, what the world chose to keep, to polish, to retell and embellish, and eventually to transform into the pirate mythology that pervades Western culture to this day, was a version of the Golden Age from which its greatest practitioner had been almost entirely excised. The image of the pirate that lives in the collective imagination bears almost no resemblance to Bartholomew Roberts. It is Blackbeard's image, the wild beard, the smoking fuses, the crazed eyes, the demonic energy. It is the treasure map and the buried chest, legends attached to Captain Kidd on the basis of almost no historical evidence. It is the rum-soaked chaos of Tortuga and Nassau, The wenches and the parrots and the planks walked at cutlass point, a carnival of excess that owes more to Robert Louis Stevenson and Walt Disney than to anything that actually happened on the deck of a working pirate vessel. Roberts would have recognized almost none of it. The tea-drinking navigator in his crimson damask, the man who enforced lights out at 8 o'clock and banned gambling and compensated his wounded with contractually guaranteed sums, that man inhabited a world as distant from the popular pirate myth as a factory floor is from a fairy tale. His piracy was work. Skilled, dangerous, morally catastrophic work. But work nonetheless. Conducted with the professionalism of a man who had spent 25 years learning his trade before circumstances forced him to apply those skills outside the law. There was nothing romantic about it. There was nothing romantic about him. And that absence of romance, which was in truth one of his most remarkable qualities, was precisely what made him invisible to the mythology machine that would immortalize lesser men. The recovery of Roberts's reputation has been a slow process, driven not by popular culture, but by historians and scholars who return to the primary sources, Johnson's General History and the Cape Coast Castle trial transcript, and recognize the scale of the discrepancy between what Roberts achieved and the position he occupied in public awareness. The work of maritime historians in the late 20th and early 21st centuries has gradually restored Roberts to something approaching his proper place in the history of Atlantic piracy. Academic studies of pirate governance have recognized his articles as a significant document in the history of democratic practice. Analyses of Atlantic trade patterns have acknowledged the strategic impact of his campaigns on insurance rates, shipping schedules, and colonial policy. Biographies have been written. Documentaries have been produced. The name Bartholomew Roberts has begun slowly to re-enter the conversation about the Golden Age of Piracy from which it should never have been absent. But the gap between historical knowledge and popular awareness remains vast. Ask 100 people to name a pirate, and 99 will say Blackbeard. Ask them to name the most successful pirate in history, and most will guess Blackbeard again, or perhaps Henry Morgan, or perhaps no one at all. The name Bartholomew Roberts, Black Bart, the man who captured 400 ships and held the Atlantic in terror for 3 years and changed the economics of transatlantic trade and built a democratic society on the deck of a stolen warship and died in diamonds and silk with his face turned toward the enemy. That name still draws blank stares from the overwhelming majority of people who encounter it. The irony would not have surprised Roberts. He was a man who understood better than most how the world actually operated, who saw through the mythologies and the pretensions to the mechanisms of power and profit that lay beneath. He would have understood that history, like the Atlantic, was a system, and that systems rewarded certain qualities and punished others, and that the qualities the historical memory system rewarded, flamboyance, excess, madness, spectacle, were precisely the qualities he had spent his career refusing to cultivate. He had dipped his hands in muddy water and chosen to be commander rather than common man. History, in its own muddy way, had chosen to remember the common men, the Blackbeards and the Kids and the Rackham, and to forget the commander. The Atlantic keeps its secrets well. Somewhere off the coast of Gabon, in waters that are warm and deep and dark, the bones of Bartholomew Roberts rest on the ocean floor. If bones can survive 3 centuries in salt water, if anything remains of the physical form that once wore crimson damask and a diamond cross and stood on quarterdecks with the quiet authority of a man who knew exactly what he was doing and exactly what it would cost him, the ocean gives back nothing. It offers no monument, no marker, no place of pilgrimage where the curious might come to pay their respects to the most successful pirate who ever lived. But the record survives. The testimony of the men who served under him, the accounts of the men who hunted him, the articles he drafted and the ships he took and the terror he inspired. All of this exists in archives and libraries, in the yellowed pages of 300-year-old books waiting for anyone who cares to look. The story is there. It has always been there. It simply fell out of the light for a while, the way things do when they're too complicated for the simple stories that civilizations prefer to tell themselves about good and evil, about crime and punishment, about the men who break the rules and the empires that restore them. Bartholomew Roberts broke every rule the Atlantic world had. He broke them methodically, brilliantly, and with a rational ferocity that the world had never seen before and has never seen since. He was not a monster. He was not a hero. He was something more unsettling than either. A man of extraordinary talent who found himself in an extraordinary situation and responded with an efficiency so complete that it challenged the very systems of power that had created the conditions for his existence. The slave trade that had employed him as a legitimate sailor produced the wealth that attracted him as a pirate. The imperial competition that divided the Atlantic into rival spheres of influence created the gaps in naval coverage that he exploited. The brutal labor conditions aboard legitimate vessels made piracy attractive to the men who crewed his ships. Roberts did not create the world he operated in. He simply saw it more clearly than anyone else, and he acted on what he saw with a clarity of purpose that was, depending on one's perspective, admirable or terrifying or both. He was the greatest pirate who ever lived, and for nearly 300 years the world chose to forget him. The reasons for that forgetting tell us as much about ourselves as they do about him, about what we want our stories to be, about who we want our villains and heroes to look like, about the uncomfortable truth that the most extraordinary lives are not always the ones that fit most neatly into the narratives we have already decided to tell. The sea has him now. The diamond cross and the crimson waistcoat and the brilliant, calculating mind that terrorized an ocean, the waves roll over the place where he fell, indifferent and eternal, carrying ships that will never know they are passing above the grave of a man who once made every vessel on the Atlantic fear the sight of his flag. The waves do not remember, but the record does. And if you listen carefully, if you set aside the parrots and the treasure maps and the rum-soaked mythology that has replaced the reality, you can still hear beneath the noise of 3 centuries of forgetting the quiet, extraordinary story of the Welsh sailor who became the most dangerous man on the water and who the water took back when it was done with him. But the record does more than preserve. It illuminates. And when you turn that illumination back upon the years of Roberts's supremacy, when you move past the broad strokes of 400 captures and 3 continents terrorized and examine the granular, day-to-day reality of how this man operated, what emerges is a picture of piracy that bears almost no resemblance to the mythology that replaced it. A picture not of chaos but of order, not of madness but of method, not of a world without rules but of a world that had invented its own. The ships Roberts commanded were not the lawless floating hells that popular imagination would later make of every pirate vessel. They were, in their strange and contradictory way, among the most carefully governed communities on the 18th century Atlantic. And the instrument of that governance, the articles that every man signed upon joining the crew, deserves closer examinations than a simple enumeration of its clauses can provide, because what those articles represented was something genuinely radical. Not radical in the way that political manifestos are radical, with their grand declarations and their appeals to abstract principle. Radical in the way that a working solution to a practical problem is radical, quietly, functionally, and with consequences that the men who devised it almost certainly did not fully understand. Consider the world from which Roberts's crew members came. A merchant sailor in the early 18th century worked under conditions that would be recognized today as a form of indentured servitude. He signed aboard a vessel for a fixed voyage at a fixed wage. And from the moment he made his mark on the ship's articles, he was subject to the absolute authority of the captain. The captain could flog him for disobedience, for slowness, for speaking out of turn, for any infraction real or imagined. The captain could reduce his rations. The captain could extend the voyage without consultation or additional compensation. The captain could, and frequently did, withhold wages at the voyage's end on the basis of deductions for food, clothing, and equipment that the sailor had never agreed to and could not contest. The legal system offered no remedy. Admiralty courts existed to enforce the captain's authority, not to check it. A merchant sailor who objected to his treatment could desert and risk hanging if caught, or he could endure. Those were his options. A naval sailor fared no better, and, in many respects, fared worse. The Royal Navy of the early 18th century filled its lower decks through impressment, the legal kidnapping of men from the streets of port towns, from the decks of incoming merchant vessels, from anywhere a press gang could find warm bodies with the physical capacity to haul a line or load a gun. An impressed sailor had not chosen his profession. He had been seized, hauled aboard a warship, and informed that he would serve His Majesty for the duration of the current conflict, a duration that could stretch to years with no guarantee of regular pay, no right to leave the ship, and the constant threat of flogging, keel hauling, or worse for any failure to perform to the satisfaction of officers who answered to no one but the Admiralty and God, and not always in that order. These were the men who crewed Roberts's ships, men who had lived under systems of labor discipline so harsh that the word tyranny is not metaphor but description. Men who understood from bitter personal experience what it meant to work without rights, without recourse, without any mechanism for influencing the conditions of their own labor. When these men encountered Roberts's articles, when they read or had read to them, a document that guaranteed them a vote in collective decisions, a share of profits proportional to their role, compensation for injuries, the right to elect and depose their officers, and a set of behavioral regulations that applied equally to every man aboard regardless of rank, the effect must have been something close to revelation. This is not to romanticize what Roberts built. His ships were still instruments of robbery, violence, and war. As the burning of the Porcupine demonstrated with sickening clarity, murder on a scale that no governance structure could redeem. The Articles were not a constitution. They were a business agreement among criminals. And the society they created was one in which a man could vote on the distribution of stolen goods in the morning and participate in the terrorization of innocent merchant sailors in the afternoon. The democratic mechanisms functioned beautifully within the boundaries of the pirate community, and applied not at all to anyone outside it. The enslaved people in the holds of captured ships did not get a vote. The merchant captains stripped of their cargoes did not have their injuries compensated. The fishermen of Trepassey, watching their livelihoods burn, were not consulted about the distribution of their property. But the fact that Roberts's system was morally compromised does not make it historically insignificant. It makes it more historically significant, because it demonstrates that the impulse toward democratic self-governance, toward collective decision-making, toward the contractual limitation of executive authority was not the exclusive property of the educated, the propertied, or the politically sophisticated. It was an impulse that emerged spontaneously among men at the very bottom of the Atlantic social hierarchy, men who were, by the standards of their time, the refuse of empire, the dregs of a civilization that had used them up and thrown them away. That these men, given the opportunity to construct a society from scratch, they chose to construct one governed by consent rather than coercion, tells us something important about the human capacity for self-organization. It tells us something that the powerful men of the 18th century, the kings and governors and admirals and slaveholders who sat atop the Atlantic's hierarchy of exploitation, would have found deeply threatening if they had paused long enough to think about it. They did not pause. They hanged the pirates and moved on. But the Articles survived, preserved in Johnson's general history and in the trial testimony, and they continue to fascinate scholars for precisely the reason that they unsettled the men who suppressed them. They are evidence that the democratic experiment is not a gift bestowed by the enlightened upon the ignorant. It is a solution that human beings reach for again and again, whenever they find themselves in circumstances where mutual dependence demands mutual trust. Roberts' pirates reached for it in the belly of a stolen warship on the coast of West Africa. That the reaching was done by thieves and murderers does not diminish the reaching. It only makes the lesson more uncomfortable. The physical reality of life aboard Roberts' ships was, even with the Articles in place, punishingly difficult. The vessels themselves were working instruments pushed to the limits of their design and maintenance. A pirate ship in the early 18th century was not built for the purpose to which it was put. It was a captured vessel, a merchant ship, a slaver, occasionally a small warship, repurposed for a role that demanded speed, maneuverability, firepower, and endurance in combinations that no single vessel was designed to provide. Roberts cycled through multiple flagships during his career, each one captured, renamed Royal Fortune, armed with whatever guns could be found or stolen, and sailed until its hull fouled or its timbers weakened to the point where replacement became necessary. The process of maintaining these ships, keeping them seaworthy, keeping them armed, keeping them fast enough to catch prizes and escape pursuers, was a logistical challenge that consumed enormous quantities of time, labor, and material, and that Roberts managed with the same methodical intelligence he applied to everything else. Careening was the most critical and most vulnerable of these maintenance operations. A ship operating in tropical waters accumulated marine growth on its hull at an alarming rate. Barnacles, seaweed, and, most destructively, shipworms bored into the wooden planking, adding drag that could reduce a vessel's speed by half or more and, in severe cases, compromising the structural integrity of the hull itself. The only remedy was to find a sheltered beach or harbor, run the ship aground at high tide, and spend several days scraping the hull clean, replacing damaged planking, and applying a fresh coat of tallow or some other protective substance to the wood. During this process, the ship was completely defenseless. It lay on its side on the beach, its guns dismounted, its crew ashore, its ability to flee or fight reduced to zero. A naval vessel, discovering a pirate crew in the middle of careening, would find the easiest prize imaginable. Roberts knew this. Every pirate captain knew this. The selection of careening sites, remote, sheltered, defensible, with deep enough water at the approach to prevent surprise, was one of the most consequential decisions a pirate captain made, and Roberts made it with characteristic care, sending scouts ahead, consulting captured charts, and choosing locations that minimized his exposure during the days of vulnerability. The provisioning of the fleet was a continuous preoccupation. A ship of 200 or more men consumed vast quantities of food and water, and neither could be reliably stored for long in the tropical heat. Salted meat spoiled. Biscuit grew weevils. Water casks developed algae. Fresh fruit and vegetables, the only reliable prevention for scurvy, were available only when the fleet was near land. And periods of extended open ocean passage could reduce the crew to a diet of wormy bread and rancid meat that weakened the body and broke the spirit. Roberts supplemented captured provisions with what could be hunted or fished, seabirds, turtles, the occasional dolphin or shark. But the fundamental calculus of provisioning remained a constant constraint on his operations. Every day at sea consumed resources that could only be replaced by going near land, and going near land meant going near the European forts and naval patrols that were actively searching for him. Ammunition was equally critical and equally difficult to maintain. A single broadside from a well-armed pirate vessel consumed hundreds of pounds of gunpowder and dozens of iron cannonballs, grape-shot canisters, or chain-shot assemblies. Gunpowder was hygroscopic, it absorbed moisture from the air. And in the tropical humidity of the West African coast, keeping it dry and functional required constant attention. Wet powder would not fire. Damp powder fired unpredictably. The difference between a broadside that shattered a merchant ship's rigging and a broadside that produced nothing but a series of sulfurous fizzles was often the difference between a crew that maintained its powder magazines with religious discipline and a crew that did not. Roberts insisted on the former. His articles required every man to keep his weapons clean and ready. His gunner, a position of enormous responsibility aboard any warship, pirate or otherwise, was charged with the maintenance of the powder stores and the condition of the cannons, and was answerable directly to Roberts for any failure. Disease was the enemy that no amount of discipline could fully defeat. The West African coast was, for Europeans, the most lethal environment on the planet. Malaria, transmitted by the Anopheles mosquito, killed with a relentless efficiency that made the Royal Navy's guns look quaint by comparison. Yellow fever struck in epidemics that could decimate a ship's crew within weeks. Dysentery, contracted from contaminated water, turned strong men into shaking invalids who could not stand, let alone fight. The European understanding of these diseases in the early 18th century was essentially non-existent. The germ theory of disease lay a century and a half in the future. Malaria was attributed to bad air, the literal meaning of the Italian words that gave the disease its name, and the preventive measures taken against it were accordingly useless. Sailors burned pitch to purify the air. They drank quinine-laced wine when they could get it, stumbling accidentally on the one remedy that actually worked without understanding why. They prayed. Roberts's crew suffered the same attrition from disease that afflicted every European crew on the African coast, and the losses were significant. Men who had survived naval engagements and Atlantic storms and the grinding physical demands of working a sailing vessel in tropical waters died silently in their hammocks, shivering with fever, their skin yellow, their organs failing. The dead were sewn into their hammocks and slid over the side without ceremony, for there was no chaplain aboard Roberts's ships, no formal religious service, no ritual beyond the practical necessity of disposing of a body before it could spread contagion in the confined spaces below decks. Roberts himself appears to have been remarkably resistant to the diseases that thinned his crew. Whether this was genetic fortune, a constitution hardened by decades of tropical service, or simply the luck that attends certain individuals in environments that destroy others, the sources do not say. What they do say is that Roberts maintained his physical vigor and his mental acuity throughout his career with a consistency that set him apart from the men he commanded. He did not fall ill during the African campaign. He did not weaken as the months wore on. In the crimson waistcoat and the diamond cross continued to appear on the quarterdeck with the regularity of a natural phenomenon. And the crew, sick, exhausted, increasingly drunk, drew from that regularity whatever reassurance it could provide. It was not enough. The human cost of the campaign was cumulative and irreversible. Roberts could replace lost crew members through capture and recruitment, but he could not replace the institutional knowledge, the experience, the cohesion that developed among men who had sailed together through danger and come out the other side. The new men who came aboard, some willing, some pressed, some simply resigned to a situation over which they had no control, were strangers to the ship, strangers to the articles, and strangers to the rhythms and expectations of a vessel commanded by a man whose standards were higher and whose tolerance for failure was lower than anything they had encountered in their previous maritime lives. Integration took time. Time was the one resource Roberts could not manufacture. The cultural world of the ships was richer and more complex than any external observer would have guessed. 300 or 400 men from a dozen nations speaking multiple languages, carrying with them the songs and stories and superstitions of every maritime culture in the Atlantic Basin, created a floating society of surprising depth. Sailors are, by the nature of their profession, storytellers. The long watches, the empty hours between action, the intimate proximity of men who share sleeping quarters barely large enough to turn around in. These conditions breed narrative as naturally as warm water breeds mosquitoes. The men aboard Roberts' ships told stories. They sang. The musician, whose right to rest on the Sabbath was guaranteed by the Articles, played fiddles and drums and concertinas during the evening hours, and the sounds that drifted across the dark water of a West African anchorage on a warm night would have included Irish ballads, English sea shanties, Welsh hymns, Dutch drinking songs, and the rhythms and melodies of West African musical traditions carried aboard by the African crew members whose presence gave the pirate community a cultural dimension that the European-dominated historical record has only begun to acknowledge. Language aboard the ships was a fluid, hybrid thing. English predominated since the majority of the crew was drawn from English-speaking nations, but it was an English laced with nautical terminology, with pirate slang, with borrowed words from Dutch and French and Portuguese and the West African languages spoken by crew members and encountered in trade along the coast, and orders were given in English. But conversations below decks moved between languages with the ease of men accustomed to operating in a multilingual environment. Roberts himself spoke English, and almost certainly spoke some Welsh, though the degree to which he used Welsh aboard his ships is not recorded. His navigational training would have required literacy in English, and his decades of service in the transatlantic trade would have given him at least a working familiarity with the Portuguese, French, and Dutch phrases that greased the wheels of maritime commerce. Religion occupied an ambiguous position in the pirate world. Roberts's articles did not prohibit religious practice, and several witnesses at the Cape Coast Castle trial described informal religious observances aboard the ships. Prayers before battle, the reading of scripture by literate crew members, the invocation of God's protection in terms that range from the conventional to the desperate. Roberts himself appears to have maintained some form of personal religious practice, though its character is difficult to determine from the sources. Johnson's account describes him as a man who observed the Sabbath and who displayed a seriousness of temperament that was consistent with the nonconformist Protestantism common in rural Wales. The diamond cross he wore around his neck was, of course, stolen property and not a devotional object, but the fact that he chose to wear it, that he selected from all the plunder available to him an item in the shape of a cross, may suggest a residual attachment to the religious symbolism of his upbringing, or it may suggest nothing more than an appreciation for the combination of material value and visual impact that a diamond-studded cross provided. The sources do not tell us which, and speculation beyond the evidence would violate the principles Roberts himself might have appreciated, the principles of seeing things as they are, not as we wish them to be. The social hierarchy aboard the ships was, as the articles prescribed, flatter than anything operating aboard legitimate vessels, but it was not truly egalitarian. Roberts occupied the apex, a position of practical authority that the democratic mechanisms checked, but did not eliminate. Below him, the quartermaster held the second rank, elected by the crew, empowered to represent their interests, responsible for the distribution of plunder and the adjudication of minor disputes. The master gunner, the boatswain, the carpenter, the sailmaker, the cook, each occupied a defined position within the ship's working hierarchy, their authority limited to their areas of expertise, but real within those limits. The common sailors, who constituted the great majority of the crew, held the ultimate power through their collective vote, but exercised it irregularly only when a decision of sufficient consequence demanded a formal poll of the company. In practice, the dynamic was less democratic than the articles suggested. Roberts's force of personality, his record of success, and his evident superiority in matters of navigation and tactics gave him an informal authority that extended well beyond the formal boundaries of his captaincy. Men voted as he recommended. Decisions were made as he proposed. The quartermaster served as a check on Roberts's authority in theory, but in practice the quartermasters who served under Roberts seemed to have deferred to him on most matters of consequence. This was not tyranny. It was the natural gravitational effect of extraordinary competence in a high-stakes environment. When one man is demonstrably better at the job than anyone else aboard, democracy tends to ratify his judgment rather than contest it. Roberts understood this dynamic and used it with subtlety. He did not override the democratic process. He shaped it, guiding the crew toward the decisions he wanted through the force of his analysis rather than the force of his will. It was a form of leadership that combined democratic legitimacy with functional autocracy, and it worked beautifully, effectively, and with a minimum of internal friction, for as long as Roberts continued to be right. The economic dimension of pirate life was both simpler and more complex than the popular mythology suggests. The articles guaranteed every man a share of plunder, but plunder was not the steady paycheck that the word share implies. Like, it came in bursts. A rich prize might yield hundreds of pounds worth of goods, while a lean week might produce nothing at all. The goods themselves were of wildly varying utility. Gold and silver coins were universally valuable, but relatively rare. Most plunder consisted of trade goods, textiles, spirits, weapons, navigational instruments, foodstuffs that had to be either used aboard the ship or sold to a willing buyer ashore. Finding willing buyers was, for pirates, a constant challenge. Legitimate merchants would not trade with them openly for fear of prosecution. The network of fences and corrupt officials that had facilitated pirate commerce during the Golden Age's peak was shrinking as colonial governments tightened their grip on coastal trade. Roberts's crew sat atop a fortune in accumulated plunder that was, in many cases, extraordinarily difficult to convert into the kind of spendable wealth that a man could use to buy a farm, open a tavern, or purchase a passage home. This economic frustration was a corrosive force within the crew. Men who had risked their lives to capture a cargo of fine textiles discovered that fine textiles were useless in the middle of the Atlantic. Men who had accumulated hundreds of pieces of eight discovered that pieces of eight bought nothing when there was no port that would receive them. The wealth was real, but abstract. A number written in the quartermaster's ledger, a pile of coins in a chest below decks, a theoretical fortune that receded like a horizon line every time a man tried to approach it. For some crew members, this abstraction bred a kind of nihilistic generosity. They spent freely when the opportunity arose, traded valuable goods for trifles, gambled away fortunes in the brief intervals when the Article's prohibition on gambling was not enforced. For others, it bred resentment, directed not at Roberts, whose decisions controlled the fleet's movements, but at the system itself. The web of imperial power that made every port a trap and every harbor a potential gallows. Roberts navigated this economic frustration with the same calculated pragmatism he applied to everything else. He ensured that the Article's distribution mechanisms functioned fairly and transparently so that no man could accuse the leadership of hoarding. He maintained the schedule of compensation for injuries so that wounded men saw the system working on their behalf. And he kept the fleet moving, kept the prizes coming, kept the rhythm of capture and distribution going, because the rhythm itself was a form of reassurance. As long as the ship was taking prizes, the enterprise was alive. As long as the enterprise was alive, the wealth might someday be spent. It was a fragile logic, and it depended entirely on Roberts's ability to continue finding and taking ships in an ocean that was growing more dangerous with every month. But it held. For 3 years, it held. The relationship between Roberts's fleet and the African communities along the coast was a dimension of the story that the European sources illuminate only partially, and from a perspective that is inevitably distorted by the biases of the men who created them. The trial testimony in Johnson's account describe interactions with African traders, local rulers, and coastal communities in terms that reflect the assumptions of 18th century European. There are assumptions of racial hierarchy, of civilizational superiority, of a natural order in which African peoples occupied a subordinate position. What the sources do not capture, or capture only in fragments, is the African perspective on the pirates who appeared in their waters with such regularity and such disruptive force. The African crew members aboard Roberts's ships occupied a position of particular complexity. Some had been enslaved, taken from the holds of captured slave ships, and offered a choice between continued servitude and service aboard a pirate vessel. For these men, joining the pirate crew was not a choice between freedom and captivity, but a choice between two forms of unfreedom, one of which offered marginally better conditions, a marginally more agency, and the slim but non-zero possibility of eventual escape into a life of genuine self-determination. Others were free Africans from coastal communities who joined voluntarily, drawn by the same combination of material incentive and desperation that motivated their European counterparts. The trial records identify some of these men by name, but reveal little about their inner lives, their motivations, or their experiences aboard the ships. They appear in the European narrative as supporting characters, present, acknowledged, occasionally praised for their courage or their skill, but never fully seen as subjects of their own stories. The court's treatment of these men at Cape Coast Castle, the quiet disposal of African crew members into slavery rather than trial, tells us everything about the limits of the pirate democracy and the character of the empire that destroyed it. The Articles guaranteed every man a vote and a share. The Articles applied aboard the ship. The moment the ship was taken, the Articles were void, and the systems of power that governed the world outside the ship reasserted themselves with brutal efficiency. The European pirates faced trial, with all its imperfections, under a legal system that at least acknowledged their existence as legal persons. The African pirates were not tried. They were not acknowledged. They were simply returned to the commodity status from which the pirate ship had briefly and imperfectly elevated them. The empire did not see them as pirates. It saw them as property, and property does not stand trial. This erasure was one of the earliest and most thorough acts of forgetting in the Roberts story, and it set the pattern for the larger forgetting that would follow. The African dimension of Atlantic piracy, the Schermacpur, the African crew members, the African communities affected by pirate raids, the African rulers who negotiated with pirate captains, the African perspectives on the upheaval that piracy brought to coastal societies, has been almost entirely excluded from the popular mythology of the Golden Age. The pirate of Western imagination is white, European, and operating in a world where Africans appear only as backdrop or cargo. Roberts's ships, with their multiracial crews and their imperfect but genuine mechanisms of interracial cooperation, represent a reality that the mythology was not equipped to absorb and that the empire had every reason to suppress. What the empire wanted the world to remember about Bartholomew Roberts was the gallows and the gibbets. What it wanted the world to forget was everything that made the gallows and the gibbets necessary. The democratic articles, the multiracial crews, the compensation for injuries, the elected officers, the checked authority, the social contract drafted by men whom the empire classified as the lowest and most dangerous class of criminal. These were not details that the British government wished to see circulated, discussed, or admired. They were evidence that the men at the bottom of the Atlantic hierarchy, given the chance to organize themselves, had produced a society that compared favorably in several respects to the ones their rulers had built. That was not a story the empire wished to tell, so the story was not told, or rather it was told once in Johnson's general history in the trial transcripts, and then allowed to fade, superseded by narratives that were simpler, safer, and more useful to the interests of the men who controlled the printing presses, the pulpits, and the institutions of public memory. The wild pirate, the demonic Blackbeard, the romantic treasure hunter, these were figures the empire could use. They were cautionary tales, warnings, proof that the outlaw life led to destruction and damnation. They reinforced the message that the existing order was natural, inevitable, and just, and that the men who defied it were monsters who deserved their fate. Roberts was not a monster. He was something more dangerous than a monster. He was a competent man with a better system, and the empire could not afford to let that story be the one the world remembered. The sea kept his body. The empire buried his story, and for 3 centuries the burial held. But burial is not destruction. The documents survived. The testimony survived. The articles survived, printed in a best-selling book that never went fully out of print, waiting on library shelves for the readers who would eventually return to them with questions that the empire's preferred narrative could not answer. Questions about power, about democracy, about who gets to build a just society and who gets to define what justice means, about the gap between the world as it is described by the men who rule it and the world as it is experienced by the men who work it. Roberts had answers to those questions, not comfortable answers, not complete ones, but answers grounded in the hard-won experience of a man who had lived inside the system and then outside it, who had seen the Atlantic from the quarterdeck of a slave ship and from the quarterdeck of a pirate ship, and who understood with the unsentimental clarity that was his most characteristic trait, that the difference between the two was smaller than anyone in power wanted to admit. The wind off the West African coast carries the same salt it carried 300 years ago. The currents run in the same directions. The stars that Roberts navigated by still burn in the same positions overhead. And a man with a sextant and a knowledge of spherical trigonometry could still use them to find his way across 3,000 miles of open water, just as Roberts did, night after night, year after year, reading the sky with the quiet competence of a man doing the only thing he had ever truly been good at. The ships are different now. The trade is different. The empires that divided the Atlantic into spheres of exploitation have dissolved into something more diffuse, more complicated, harder to name. But the ocean is the same ocean. And the questions that Roberts' life poses about power, about justice, about the distance between the stories we tell and the lives we actually live, are the same questions. They have not been answered. They have only been forgotten, along with the man who embodied them more completely than he ever intended. The forgetting is ending now, slowly, unevenly, with the halting progress that characterizes every act of historical recovery. But it is ending. And what is being recovered is not a legend, not a romance, not a figure suitable for Halloween costumes or children's adventure books. What is being recovered is something rarer and more valuable: a real man, a real life, a real set of choices made in a real world with real consequences that echoed across an ocean and down through centuries. The next part of that echo carried southward along the coast Roberts had made his own, toward the place where the final chapter would be written. The southward drift of Roberts' fleet in the final weeks of 1721 traced a course along the African coast that read, in retrospect, like the contracting orbit of a dying star. Each anchorage was further from the rich hunting grounds of the Gold Coast. Each prize was smaller than the last. Each day consumed provisions that could not be replaced without risk, and each risk taken to replace them brought the fleet closer to the naval forces that were, with the slow patience of institutional power, drawing the circle tighter. Roberts understood the geometry of his situation with the same precision he brought to celestial navigation. The African coast was a line, not a maze. It offered no archipelago of hiding places, no labyrinth of channels through which a hunted fleet could disappear. A ship sailing south along that coast was a ship with the shore on one side and the open Atlantic on the other, and a pursuer needed only to know the approximate latitude to narrow the search to a manageable stretch of water. The Caribbean, with its hundreds of islands and its complex wind patterns, had offered a kind of three-dimensional chessboard on which a skilled captain could evade pursuit almost indefinitely. The African coast offered checkers. The moves were limited. The end was calculable. And yet Roberts continued south because the alternatives were worse. North lay the Gold Coast, where British warships now patrolled with a frequency and a purpose that made every harbor approach a gamble. West lay the open Atlantic, 3,000 miles of empty water leading to a Caribbean that had been hostile for over a year and an American seaboard that was increasingly well defended. East lay the continent itself, impenetrable and irrelevant to a man whose entire existence was predicated on the possession of a functioning ship. South was the only direction that offered the possibility, however diminishing, of continued operation. South along the coast of what is now Nigeria, Cameroon, Equatorial Guinea, Gabon, waters less trafficked, less patrolled, less observed, but also less productive. Roberts was trading the future for the present, buying days and weeks of continued freedom at the cost of the strategic position that had made that freedom meaningful. The fleet during this period consisted of 3 vessels of varying condition and capability. The Royal Fortune. The name Roberts applied to every flagship he commanded. Now, a habit that has caused considerable confusion among historians attempting to track his movements was a French-built ship of approximately 40 guns that Roberts had captured and refitted earlier in the African campaign. It was a capable vessel well armed by pirate standards, but its hull was suffering from the accumulated fouling of months in tropical waters without adequate careening. The Great Ranger, commanded by James Skirm, was similarly armed and similarly degraded. A third, smaller vessel served as a tender and scout, ranging ahead of the main fleet to identify potential prizes, and, increasingly, to watch for the naval vessels that everyone aboard knew were searching for them. The crew that manned these ships was a diminished version of the force that had terrorized the coast during the great campaigns of early and mid-1721. Disease had taken its steady toll. Desertions, Men slipping over the side during nighttime anchorages, vanishing into coastal communities where they hoped to lose themselves among the local populations, had thinned the ranks further. The replacements pressed from captured vessels were in many cases reluctant, unskilled, or actively hostile to the enterprise they had been forced to join. The cohesion that had characterized Roberts's crew during the peak of operations, the shared purpose, the collective investment in the democratic structures of the Articles, the pride that came from serving under a captain whose competence was self-evident and whose success was continuous, had eroded into something more fragile. The men still followed orders. They still manned the guns when called. They still voted when votes were held. But the spirit behind these actions had changed. What had once been willing participation in a shared enterprise had become, for many, the mechanical compliance of men who saw no better option and lacked the energy or the courage to seek one. Roberts observed this transformation with the same detached clarity he brought to every assessment. He did not rage against it. He did not deliver speeches designed to rekindle the crew's enthusiasm. Speeches were not his instrument. He had never led through rhetoric, and he would not begin now. What he did was maintain the structures. The articles were read, the shares were distributed, the watches were kept, the guns were drilled, the forms of the enterprise were preserved even as the substance drained away, because Roberts understood that the forms were load-bearing. Remove them, and the ship became not a governed community but a floating mob, and a floating mob would tear itself apart long before the Royal Navy could find it. The weather during this period was characteristic of the equatorial West African coast in the months approaching the new year. Heavy, humid, oppressive, with the intermittent violence of tropical squalls that could materialize from a clear sky and lash a ship with horizontal rain and winds that snapped rigging and tested the seamanship of every man aboard. The intervals between squalls were worse. The calms that settled over the coast in the hours before and after the rains were suffocating. Windless periods during which the ships sat motionless on a glassy sea, their sails hanging limp. Their crews exposed to a sun that hammered down on the wooden decks with a heat that could blister bare skin and drive the temperature below decks to levels that made sleep impossible and thought difficult. In these calms, the ship's boats were sometimes deployed to tow the vessels toward whatever breath of air could be detected on the horizon. Crews of men rowing in the equatorial heat, dragging ships that weighed hundreds of tons through water that resisted every stroke, making perhaps a mile an hour toward a destination that Roberts had chosen not because it was good, but because it was the least bad option available. It was in this environment, this slow, grinding, heat-stunned drift southward, that the drinking intensified to the point where it became not merely a discipline problem, but an existential threat to the fleet's survival. The capture of a vessel carrying a substantial quantity of spirits, rum, brandy, wine, the specific contents vary in the sources when none provided the catalyst, but the underlying cause was deeper and had been building for months. The crew drank because they were afraid, because they were bored, because they were sick, because they were trapped in a situation from which the only exits were the gallows, a violent death, or a miraculous escape that grew less plausible with every passing week. They drank because the alternative to drinking was thinking, and thinking led to conclusions that no amount of rum could make bearable. Roberts' article specified that lights and candles were to be extinguished by 8 in the evening, and that any man wishing to drink after that hour was required to do so on the open deck. The regulation was designed to prevent fires below decks, the catastrophic nightmare of every wooden vessel, and to maintain a semblance of order during the nighttime hours when tempers ran hottest and quarrels turned most easily to violence. During the fleet's peak, the regulation had been observed with reasonable fidelity. Now it was honored in the breach. Men drank below decks. Men drank on watch. Men drank during the morning hours when the ship's business demanded clear heads and steady hands. The quartermaster, whose responsibility it was to enforce the articles, he found himself in the impossible position of trying to impose discipline on men who outnumbered him and who no longer accepted the premise that discipline served their interests. Roberts intervened directly on at least several occasions documented in the trial testimony. One witness described a scene in which Roberts came below decks during the middle watch to find a group of men drinking by candlelight in the hold, a combination of violations that represented both a fire hazard and a breach of the Article's drinking regulations. Roberts extinguished the candle himself, poured the remaining rum over the side, and informed the men that the next violation would be punished by a reduction in shares. The men complied in the moment. They were drinking again the following night. The incident illustrated the fundamental limitation of Roberts's authority. He could punish, he could threaten, he could invoke the Articles. But the Articles derived their force from the consent of the governed, and when the governed withdrew that consent, not formally, not through a vote, but through the slow, passive resistance of men who simply stopped caring about the rules, the Articles became words on a page, and words on a page could not stop a man from reaching for a bottle. The irony was exquisite and cruel. The democratic mechanisms that had been the glory of Roberts's enterprise Africaine, the structures that distinguished his ships from the tyrannical hierarchies of merchant and naval vessels, the Articles that guaranteed every man a voice and a vote and a share, were now the instruments of the enterprise's undoing. A tyrant captain could have imposed sobriety through flogging and fear. Roberts, operating within a system that he had helped create and that he could not unilaterally override, was constrained to persuasion, to enforcement through the quartermaster, to the gradual escalation of consequences that the Articles permitted. The system was designed to prevent a captain from becoming a despot. It had succeeded, but in succeeding, it had also prevented the captain from saving his crew from themselves. Roberts' personal response to this disintegration was, characteristically, to intensify the aspects of his behavior that he could control. The trial testimony from these final weeks describes a man whose personal discipline became almost ostentatious in its rigor. He rose early. He appeared on the quarterdeck in full dress, the crimson waistcoat, on the diamond cross, the feathered hat, the pistols slung across his chest in their silk sling, with the punctuality of a man keeping an appointment that the rest of the world had forgotten to schedule. He ate his meals at regular hours, he drank his tea, he maintained the navigational log with the same meticulous attention to detail that had characterized his record-keeping throughout his career. He was, in these final weeks, performing the role of captain with a precision that bordered on the ceremonial, as if the performance itself could hold together a reality that was coming apart at every seam. Whether this performance was conscious strategy or unconscious coping, whether Roberts was deliberately modeling the discipline he could not impose, or whether he was simply retreating into the only structure that still made sense to him, the sources do not tell us. What they tell us is that the gap between Roberts and his crew widened during these weeks to a distance that was social, psychological, and almost physical. He occupied the quarterdeck. They occupied the gun deck. He drank tea. They drank rum. He maintained the forms. They abandoned them. The ship was becoming two separate communities sharing a single wooden hull, connected by the Articles that neither side had formally repudiated, but that neither side, in the daily reality of life aboard, any longer treated as binding. The fleet continued its southward drift through December 1721, passing the mouth of the Niger Delta and rounding the great bulge of the African coast into the waters of the Bight of Biafra. The geography here was different from the coast further north, more indented, more islanded, with the volcanic peaks of Fernando Po and São Tomé and Príncipe rising from the Gulf like the remnants of a drowned mountain range. The waters were productive for the slave trade, and Roberts found targets here. Not the rich convoys of the Gold Coast, but individual slave ships and trading vessels whose cargoes helped sustain the fleet's material existence even as the strategic rationale for the campaign evaporated around them. It was in these waters that Roberts received, through the interrogation of a captured merchant crew, the intelligence that confirmed what he had already calculated. HMS Swallow was on the coast. A 60-gun warship, the most powerful vessel operating in West African waters, had been dispatched specifically to find and destroy him. The information was not surprising. Roberts had known for months that the Admiralty would eventually send a ship of force to deal with him. The The knowledge had been factored into every decision he had made since the early autumn. The southward retreat, the avoidance of major harbors, the willingness to take lesser prizes in exchange for reduced exposure. But hearing the confirmation, knowing that the Swallow was no longer a theoretical threat but a physical presence on the same coast, occupying the same waters, searching with the methodical persistence of a professional navy for the same fleet that Roberts was trying to keep alive, that knowledge must have given even his formidable composure a moment of pause. Roberts's response to the confirmation was to move further south, in toward Cape Lopez, a low and swampy headland on the coast of what is now Gabon. The cape offered a sheltered anchorage where the fleet could rest, refit, and assess its options. It was remote, far from the main shipping lanes, far from the European forts, far from the concentrations of naval power that made the Gold Coast untenable. It was also, in strategic terms, a dead end. A fleet anchored at Cape Lopez was a fleet with its back to the wall, and Roberts knew it. But the options had narrowed to the point where the least bad choice was the only choice, and Cape Lopez was the least bad choice available. The fleet arrived at Cape Lopez in late January or early February of 1722. The anchorage was adequate, protected from the open ocean by the cape itself, with deep enough water for the ships to swing at anchor and shallow enough water near shore to permit the boats to come and go. The surrounding landscape was low, green, and monotonous. Mangrove swamp giving way to dense tropical forest, the air thick with humidity and the sound of insects, the water murky with the discharge of rivers that drained the interior of a continent that no European had penetrated more than a few miles from the coast. It was not a place that invited extended stays. It was a place to pause, to breathe, to make the next calculation. Roberts used the time to assess his fleet's condition. The assessment was not encouraging. The Royal Fortune's hull was heavily fouled, reducing its speed to a fraction of its potential. The Great Ranger was in similar condition. The smaller consort vessel was sound but lightly armed and of limited value in a naval engagement. The crew was depleted, perhaps 300 men across all three vessels, of whom a significant proportion were sick, drunk, or insufficiently experienced to be relied upon in battle. Ammunition stocks were adequate, but not abundant. Provisions were sufficient for weeks, not months. The fleet was, in military terms, a declining asset, and still dangerous, still capable of taking merchant prizes and intimidating undefended harbors, but increasingly vulnerable to the kind of purpose-built naval force that the Swallow represented. Roberts convened a council of sorts. Not a formal vote under the Articles, but an informal consultation with his senior crew members about the fleet's options. The testimony that survives from this consultation, filtered through the memories of men who would later stand trial for their lives, suggests that three courses of action were discussed. The first was to sail west, crossing the Atlantic to the coast of Brazil, where Roberts had enjoyed his first great success as a pirate captain. The crossing would remove the fleet from the immediate threat of the Swallow and place it in waters where the naval presence was less concentrated. The second was to sail north, back toward the Gold Coast, and attempt to take enough prizes in a quick, violent campaign to resupply the fleet for a longer voyage. The third was to remain at Cape Lopez, maintain a low profile, and hope that the Swallow's search would carry it past their position. Each option had its advocates, each had its risks. The Atlantic crossing required a crew capable of sustained open ocean sailing, something that the fleet's current state of health and discipline made uncertain. The northern campaign required sailing directly toward the enemy, a gamble that Roberts's strategic instincts had spent months avoiding. The third option, waiting, was the most passive, and for a man of Roberts's temperament, perhaps the most difficult. Roberts had built his career on movement, on initiative, on the principle that the man who acted first held the advantage. Sitting at anchor in a swamp while a warship hunted for him was antithetical to everything he had ever done. The decision Roberts reached, or that was reached through whatever combination of consultation, calculation, and instinct governed his final strategic choices, was a compromise. The fleet would remain at Cape Lopez for a brief period, using the time to make whatever repairs and preparations were possible, and then move north in search of prizes that would provision the fleet for an Atlantic crossing. It was a plan that required everything to go right. The Swallow had to miss them at Cape Lopez, the northern foray had to produce quick prizes without a naval engagement, and the crew had to maintain enough discipline to execute an ocean crossing in deteriorating ships. The probability of all three conditions being met was low, and Roberts must have known it. But the probability of any alternative producing a better outcome was lower still, and Roberts had always been a man who chose the best available option, not the perfect one. The days at Cape Lopez passed with the heavy, stagnant quality that characterizes time spent waiting in a hostile environment for an event whose timing cannot be predicted. The crew fished. The crew drank. The crew repaired what could be repaired and ignored what could not. The carpenters worked on the hull where they could reach it without a full careening, replacing the worst of the damaged planking and scraping what growth they could from the waterline. The gunners inventoried ammunition and checked the condition of the powder. The routine of the ship continued, attenuated and mechanical, like the heartbeat of a body that is still alive but no longer fully conscious. Roberts spent these days in his cabin and on the quarterdeck, reading captured charts, reviewing navigational calculations, preparing for the passage that he hoped to make. The trial testimony describes him during this period as quieter than usual, a characterization that is notable given that Roberts was not by any account a garrulous man to begin with. One witness described finding Roberts alone in the great cabin at an unusual hour, sitting at his table with his charts spread before him, not working but simply staring at the expanse of blue that represented the Atlantic Ocean on the map, the ocean that had been his home and his instrument and his dominion, reduced now to a flat colored surface on a piece of paper, mute and unrevealing of the dangers that lay between the anchorage at Cape Lopez and any destination worth reaching. The witness said nothing. Roberts said nothing. The witness withdrew. It is tempting to read into this scene a moment of reflection, of reckoning, of a man confronting the full scope of what his life had become and where it was leading. Whether Roberts experienced such a moment, or whether the witness simply caught him in a routine pause between tasks, the sources do not tell us. What we know is that Roberts was a man of formidable intelligence, who had spent 3 years making calculations about risk and reward, about movement and position, about the narrowing geometry of a hunted life, and that by February of 1722, those calculations had converged on a set of conclusions that even optimism could not revise. The odds were bad. They had been bad for months. They were getting worse. The question was no longer whether the enterprise would end, but how, and the range of possible answers had contracted to a small and uniformly grim set. Roberts kept this assessment, or whatever its precise contours, largely to himself. The crew did not need to hear from their captain that the situation was deteriorating. They could see it in the fouled hulls of the ships, in the empty hammocks of men who had died or deserted, in the diminishing haul of each successive prize, in the growing frequency of reports about naval vessels operating in their waters. They could feel it in the quality of the food, in the condition of the rigging, in the slow but unmistakable decline in the ship's performance that told every experienced sailor aboard that the vessel beneath their feet was losing the contest with the sea that every wooden ship eventually lost. Roberts did not need to articulate the truth. He needed only to continue doing what he had always done, making the best decisions available within the constraints he could not change, and trust that his competence, which had brought them this far, would carry them a little further. Whether it could have carried them further, we will never know, because on the morning of February 5th, 1722, a sail appeared on the horizon, and the sequence of events that would end Bartholomew Roberts' life began its irreversible acceleration. The lookout's call brought Roberts to the quarterdeck with the speed that 3 years of pirate command had made reflexive. He raised his glass and studied the approaching vessel. The distance was considerable, several miles at least, and the conditions were not ideal for identification. The equatorial haze that hung over the coast in the morning hours softened the outline of the distant ship, blurring the details of its rigging and hull shape that an experienced eye might have used to determine its type and nationality. Roberts studied it for some time. The ship was large, it moved well. Its lines suggested a vessel of some force. Roberts concluded, based on what he could see and what he knew about the shipping in these waters, that the vessel was a Portuguese merchantman. Portuguese traders were a common presence along this stretch of coast, and a large Portuguese merchant ship represented a worthwhile prize, one that could provide the provisions and supplies the fleet needed for its planned northern foray and eventual Atlantic crossing. Roberts ordered the Great Ranger under Skyrim to pursue and take the vessel. The order was the last strategic decision of Roberts's career, and it was wrong. The ship was not a Portuguese merchantman. It was HMS Swallow. And Captain Challoner Ogle, watching through his own glass as the Great Ranger separated from the pirate fleet and moved to intercept him, recognized immediately the opportunity that Roberts's misidentification had created. Ogle's decision in that moment was a masterpiece of tactical restraint. Every instinct of a naval officer, every impulse toward aggressive engagement, toward the direct application of superior force, toward the immediate destruction of the enemy, argued for turning the Swallow toward the pirate fleet and engaging all three vessels at once. The Swallow's 60 guns outmatched any single pirate ship, and in a straight fight, the outcome would not have been in serious doubt. But Ogle understood that engaging the entire fleet simultaneously carried risks that a more measured approach could avoid. 3 pirate vessels, even degraded ones, could coordinate their fire and their maneuver in ways that might damage the Swallow, or worse, allow one or more of the pirate ships to escape while the Swallow was engaged with the others. Roberts, commanding from the Royal Fortune, might choose to flee while the Swallow was occupied with the Ranger and the consort vessel. And if Roberts escaped, the entire mission would be compromised. So Ogle did something counterintuitive. He turned the Swallow away from the approaching Ranger, as if fleeing. The maneuver was designed to look like the response of a merchant ship, a vessel that, upon recognizing the pirate flag, attempted to escape rather than fight. The Ranger's crew, seeing what they believed to be a merchant ship running from them, responded exactly as Ogle anticipated. They pressed the pursuit, trimming every sail and urging every knot of speed from their fouled hull, driven by the excitement of a chase and the prospect of a prize that would break the tedium and privation of the weeks at Cape Lopez. The chase carried the Ranger out of sight of Cape Lopez, out of sight of Roberts, out of the protective range of the Royal Fortune's guns and the tactical coordination that had been a hallmark of Roberts's fleet operations. Skyrim was alone, his single ship pursuing what he believed to be a fleeing merchant through waters that were about to become the most dangerous place in the Atlantic. When Ogle judged the distance sufficient, when the Ranger was far enough from the rest of the fleet that Roberts could not intervene, he brought the Swallow around. The 60-gun warship turned with the ponderous grace of a vessel built for exactly this kind of moment. Her gun ports opening, her crew running to their stations with the disciplined precision of men who had trained for this encounter across thousands of miles of ocean. The Swallow presented her broadside to the Ranger, and for the first time, Skyrim and his crew understood what they were facing. The engagement that followed was, by the standards of naval warfare, brief. By the standards of the men who fought it, it was an eternity. The Swallow's first broadside struck the Ranger with a force that no pirate vessel was built to absorb. Iron smashed through timber. Rigging parted. Masts cracked. Men who had been standing at their guns a moment before were thrown across the deck by the impact or cut down by splinters of oak that flew through the air with the velocity and lethality of purpose-made projectiles. Skyrim, commanding from the quarterdeck, was hit by a cannonball that took both his legs below the knee. He fell to the deck in a spray of blood that soaked the planking around him, and he did not stop commanding. Propped against a gun carriage by men who understood that a ship without a captain was a ship without hope, Skyrim continued to issue orders through a haze of shock and blood loss, directing the Ranger's return fire with a determination that the Swallow's crew would later describe with something approaching respect. But determination could not compensate for the disparity in firepower. The Ranger's guns answered the Swallow's broadside, and some of their shots struck home. The Swallow did not emerge from the engagement undamaged, but the exchange was fatally unequal. The Swallow could absorb hits that the Ranger could not. Each broadside from the warship tore further into the pirate vessel's hull and rigging, reducing her ability to maneuver, to fire, to maintain the structural integrity that kept her afloat. The Ranger's masts came down in sequence, each one falling with a grinding crash that signaled the progressive destruction of the ship's ability to sail. Without masts, the Ranger was a floating battery, still dangerous at close range, but unable to maneuver, unable to escape, and unable to do anything except absorb punishment until her crew was dead or her hull was breached below the waterline. The fight lasted approximately 2 hours. When it ended, the Ranger was a wreck. Her decks were covered with the dead and the dying. Skyarm was unconscious from blood loss, his tourniqueted stumps seeping through the rags his men had tied around them. The surviving crew members, those who were not too badly wounded to move, began to surrender. Some threw down their weapons. Some simply sat where they were, staring at the carnage around them with the blank, disconnected expressions of men whose capacity for processing what they were experiencing had been overwhelmed. A few attempted to reach the powder magazine, in intending to blow the ship rather than allow it to be taken, an act of destructive defiance that would have killed everyone aboard both vessels. They were stopped by their own crewmates, men who had decided in the final calculus of the moment that the possibility of survival, even survival that led to the gallows one, was preferable to certain death by explosion. Ogle's men boarded the Ranger and took possession. The surviving pirates were placed in irons. The wounded were given what medical attention the Swallow's surgeon could provide, which was, by modern standards, almost nothing. Amputation without anesthesia, wounds packed with lint and tar, prayers offered in place of antibiotics that would not exist for 2 centuries. Skyarm survived the initial treatment but died of his wounds within days. He had fought to the last conscious moment of his life, commanding a doomed ship against impossible odds, and his death was as close to heroic as anything that happened in the final days of Roberts's enterprise. The Empire would not remember it that way. The Empire would remember him as a pirate who got what he deserved. Ogle surveyed his prize, assessed the damage to the Swallow, and made his next calculation. 1/3 of Roberts's fleet was destroyed. The element of surprise was preserved. Roberts, at Cape Lopez, did not know what had happened to the Ranger. Ogle had time to repair the Swallow, secure his prisoners, and return to Cape Lopez to finish what he had started. The methodical captain permitted himself, perhaps, a moment of satisfaction. The hunt that had consumed months of his life was entering its final phase. The most wanted man on the Atlantic was anchored in a swamp with a single fighting ship and a crew that, if the intelligence Ogle had gathered was accurate, was in no condition to fight. 5 days. That was the interval between the destruction of the Ranger and Ogle's return to Cape Lopez. 5 days during which Roberts waited, not knowing, calculating, and recalculating the possibilities, watching the horizon for a sail that refused to appear. The Ranger should have returned within 2 days, 3 at the outside. A Portuguese merchant ship, surprised and outgunned, would have surrendered quickly. Even if the prize required time to plunder and strip, Skyarm should have been back at the anchorage within 72 hours. When the 3rd day passed without a sail, Roberts would have begun to consider the alternative explanations. The Ranger had encountered difficulties. The Ranger had chased the prize further than anticipated. The Ranger had been damaged in the engagement and was making slow repairs. Or the Ranger was gone, taken, sunk, destroyed by a vessel that was not what it appeared to be. Each day without the Ranger's return made the worst explanation more probable and the best explanation less so. Roberts, Standing on his quarterdeck with his tea and his charts and his diamond cross, watching the empty horizon with eyes that had spent a lifetime reading the messages the sea sent to those who knew how to listen, would have heard what the sea was telling him now. Silence. The silence of a ship that was not coming back. The silence that preceded the final act of every tragedy that had ever played out on these waters. What Roberts did with that silence, how he spent those 5 days, what orders he gave, what preparations he made, the sources illuminate only partially. We know that he did not flee. The Royal Fortune remained at anchor at Cape Lopez throughout the interval, its crew going about whatever business the daily routine of a pirate ship demanded. We know that Roberts maintained his personal schedule, appearing on the quarterdeck at his customary hours, conducting himself with the composure that had been his hallmark from the first day of his command. We know that the crew during these days continued to drink, and we know that on the night of February 9th, the crew captured a merchant vessel whose cargo included a substantial quantity of alcohol. The capture was the last successful prize of Roberts's career. It provided provisions the fleet needed and spirits the fleet did not. The crew celebrated with an intensity that was disproportionate to the significance of the prize, drinking through the night with the desperate energy of men who understood at whatever level of consciousness they were still capable of accessing, that this might be the last celebration they would ever have. Roberts did not join them. He retired to his cabin at his usual hour, leaving the quarterdeck to the officer of the watch and the sounds of revelry that drifted up from the gun deck. The great cabin of the Royal Fortune was his private space, the one place aboard the ship where he was alone with his thoughts, his charts, his calculations, and whatever private reckoning a man conducts when the numbers he has been running for 3 years are converging on a result he can no longer avoid. The candle burned in the great cabin. The crew drank on the deck below. The African night settled over Cape Lopez with its weight of humidity and insect sound and the slow rhythmic wash of the tide against the ship's fouled hull. Somewhere to the north, invisible in the darkness, HMS Swallow was making its way back, its hull freshly patched, its crew rested, its guns loaded, its captain reviewing his plan for the engagement that would begin with the morning light. The last night of Bartholomew Roberts' life passed in darkness and noise and the smell of rum and the sound of men who had forgotten or chosen to forget, that the morning would bring consequences that no amount of drinking could postpone. Dawn came to Cape Lopez on February 10th, 1722, not with the clean, sharp light of a temperate morning, but with the slow gray diffusion that characterized the equatorial coast, a gradual brightening of the haze that hung over the water, turning the world from black to charcoal to the flat, pewter-colored half-light that passed for sunrise in these latitudes. The air was warm already, heavy with moisture drawn from the mangrove swamps that lined the shore, thick enough to taste. The surface of the anchorage was glassy, barely disturbed by the faint breath of wind that would, in the hours ahead, either build into something useful or die entirely, leaving the ships becalmed in the stillness that was every sailor's quiet dread. Aboard the Royal Fortune, and the morning revealed the wreckage of the night before. Men lay where they had fallen, sprawled across coils of rope on the gun deck, slumped against the base of masts, curled in the scuppers with their mouths open and their limbs arranged in the graceless geometry of unconsciousness. The stink of spilled rum mixed with the permanent smell of a working ship. Tar, salt, unwashed bodies, the bilge water that sloshed in the darkness below the lowest deck. The watches had been kept, technically. Men had stood their hours at the designated stations, eyes pointed toward the horizon in the general direction of vigilance. But the quality of those watches, the alertness, the focus, the readiness to raise an alarm and bring the ship to battle stations within the minutes that might mean the difference between survival and destruction, was a thing that existed on paper, in the articles, in the intentions of a captain whose standards had long since outpaced his crew's capacity to meet them. Roberts emerged from his cabin at his customary hour. The trial testimony of multiple witnesses converges on this point with unusual specificity, as if the image of the captain appearing on the quarterdeck that final morning had burned itself into the memory of every man who saw it. He was dressed as always in the crimson damask waistcoat. The diamond cross hung at his throat. The silk sling carrying his paired pistols was draped across his chest. The wide-brimmed hat with its scarlet feather sat on his head at the angle he preferred. Not rakish, not theatrical, but precise, as if the angle had been determined by the same mathematical faculty that calculated longitude and plotted courses across open ocean. He carried himself with the erect, unhurried bearing that the crew had come to associate with their captain as surely as they associated the sound of the bell with the changing of the watch. Whatever Roberts had thought or felt during the night, whatever private calculations had occupied his hours in the great cabin, he had resolved them into the same outward composure he had presented every morning for 3 years. The captain was on deck. The captain was dressed. The captain was ready. The rest was for the crew to manage as best they could. Roberts surveyed the state of his ship and his men with an assessment that the witnesses describe as brief and wordless. He did not comment on the men still lying insensible on the deck. He did not issue reprimands for the state of the watch. He looked, he absorbed, and he turned his attention to the sea, raising his glass to scan the horizon in the methodical sweep that was as much a part of his morning routine as the tea that would follow. The tea was brought to him on the quarterdeck by his steward, one of the small habitual details that the trial testimony preserves with the fidelity of men recounting the last ordinary moments before the world changed. Roberts accepted the cup and drank while continuing his observation of the horizon. The morning was quiet. The anchorage was still. The coast of Gabon stretched away to the north and south in its unbroken line of green, indifferent to the drama that was about to unfold against its backdrop. The lookout's call came sometime in the mid-morning hours, a sail, bearing northwest, approaching the anchorage. Roberts set down his tea and raised his glass. Through the lens, the approaching vessel resolved itself from a blur of canvas and rigging into something more specific, large, well-handled, moving with a purpose and a trim that spoke of a crew that knew its business. The ship was still several miles distant, its details softened by the haze, but Roberts studied it with the concentration of a man who understood that the identification he made in the next few minutes would determine whether the rest of his life was measured in years or hours. The question that faced Roberts in that moment was the same question that had governed his entire career, a question of probability, of pattern recognition, of matching what he could observe against the accumulated knowledge of a lifetime at sea. The vessel approaching Cape Lopez could be one of several things. It could be a merchant ship, Portuguese, French, Dutch, transiting the coast on routine commercial business. It could be the Great Ranger, returning at last from its pursuit of the vessel that had appeared 5 days earlier. Or it could be a warship. The evidence available to Roberts through his spyglass was ambiguous. The ship was large, which was consistent with either a substantial merchant vessel or a naval ship. Its handling was competent, which told him little. A well-commanded merchant ship could move as smartly as a warship. Its colors, at this distance, were indistinguishable. Its gun ports might or might not be open. The haze and the distance made certainty impossible. Roberts was making a high-stakes identification based on incomplete information, and the penalty for error in either direction was severe. If he identified the ship as hostile and fled, he would abandon the anchorage and the supplies he needed, and if the ship turned out to be a potential prize, he would have lost an opportunity he could not afford to miss. If he identified it as harmless and stayed, he would be committing his ship and his crew to a course of action that could not be reversed once the approaching vessel closed to engagement range. Roberts watched the ship. The ship grew larger in his glass. The minutes passed with the particular quality that time acquires when consequences are accumulating faster than the information. Each moment adding urgency without adding clarity. Each heartbeat bringing the point of irreversible commitment closer while the grounds for commitment remained uncertain. And then Roberts made his decision, his final decision, the decision that would kill him. he identified the approaching vessel as HMS Swallow, returning from its destruction of the Great Ranger. This identification was correct. The ship bearing down on Cape Lopez was indeed Ogle's warship. Roberts, through whatever combination of observation and intuition and the navigational instinct that had guided him across 3 oceans, had recognized the truth. The question that remained was what to do about it. The crew was in no condition to fight. This was not an assessment that required professional expertise to make. It required only eyes. The men sprawled across the deck, the men still clutching bottles in the shadows below, the men who had staggered to something approximating their battle stations at the lookout's call, and now stood swaying at the guns with the vacant, unfocused look of profound intoxication. These were not men who could fight a 60-gun warship. They were men who could barely stand. The gun crews, even the best of them, even the men who had drilled under Roberts's insistence and who understood the mechanics of loading, aiming, and firing a naval cannon with something approaching professional competence, were operating at a fraction of their capability. Hands that should have been steady trembled. Eyes that should have been sharp were glazed. Reflexes that should have been instantaneous were delayed by the seconds and fractions of seconds that, in a close-range naval engagement, separated a well-aimed broadside from a wasted one. Roberts saw all of this. He saw it with the same clarity he had always brought to the assessment of tactical situations, the same unflinching willingness to see things as they were rather than as he wished them to be. And having seen it, he made a choice that has been debated by naval historians for 3 centuries. He chose to attack. The reasoning behind this choice, reconstructed from the circumstances and from what we know of Roberts's tactical philosophy, was not irrational. It was in fact characteristic of the logic that had governed his most successful engagements. Roberts understood that a stern chase, a pursuit in which the Swallow followed the Royal Fortune across open water, was a contest that the pirates could not win. The Swallow was faster, its hull was cleaner. Its crew was sober and professional. In a straight chase, the Swallow would overhaul the Royal Fortune within hours, and the engagement that followed would be a one-sided affair in which the warship raked the pirate vessel from astern, systematically destroying its rigging and its ability to maneuver before closing for the kill. Running was not an escape. It was a slower death. Attacking, by contrast, offered at least the theoretical possibility of a different outcome. If Roberts could close the distance quickly, if he could bring the Royal Fortune alongside the Swallow before Ogle could bring the full weight of his broadside to bear, if he could grapple the warship and send his men over the rails in the kind of close-quarters boarding action where numbers and desperation could offset superior gunnery, then perhaps the pirates could take the Swallow or damage it sufficiently to break free. It was a desperate gamble. It required everything to go right and nothing to go wrong, and it assumed a crew capable of executing a boarding action with the coordinated ferocity that the maneuver demanded. The crew Roberts commanded that morning was not that crew, but the alternative, running until the Swallow caught them and destroyed them at its leisure, was not a crew-dependent calculation. It was a certainty, and Roberts, who had always chosen the best available option over the perfect one, chose the option that retained at least the structure of possibility over the one that offered none. There was perhaps something else in the decision, something that resisted the clean logic of tactical analysis and belonged instead to the darker, more private territory of a man's relationship with his own identity. Roberts had spent 3 years constructing himself as a figure of defiance, a man who did not run, who did not hide, who met every challenge with the aggressive, forward-leaning posture that had become as much a part of his identity as the crimson waistcoat and the diamond cross. To run from the Swallow, even if running offered marginally better odds of survival, would have been to become something Roberts had never been, something lesser. Something that contradicted the thesis statement he had articulated on the day he accepted command in Warren, that it was better to be commander than common manners, and that had governed every subsequent decision of his pirate career. Running was what common men did. Roberts was not a common man. He had decided that long ago, and he would not reverse the decision now, not even with a 60-gun warship bearing down on him and a crew that could barely hold its feet. Whether this was courage or pride, or the ultimate expression of the rational mind's inability to override the identity it has constructed for itself, the effect was the same. Roberts ordered the Royal Fortune to weigh anchor and make sail. The anchor cable was cut. There was no time for the laborious process of hauling the anchor up by the capstan, and the ship began to move, sluggishly at first, its fouled hull resisting the current and the faint breeze with the reluctance of a vessel that had sat too long in warm water and accumulated too much of the sea's parasitic growth on its bottom. The sails filled, partially inadequately, the wind too light and too variable to give the ship the speed it needed. Roberts called for every stitch of canvas the rigging could carry, and the crew, those who could function, those who had shaken enough of the night's excess to understand what was happening and what was at stake, scrambled aloft to loose the royals and the studding sails that might, if the wind cooperated, add the fraction of a knot that could mean the difference between reaching the Swallow before the Swallow's guns became decisive and falling short. The Royal Fortune moved out of the anchorage at Cape Lopez and turned toward the approaching Swallow. The black flag was raised. The skull and crossbones design that Roberts had made the most feared symbol on the Atlantic seer. The figure of a man standing on two skulls, the personal flag of Black Bart, climbed the halyard and snapped in whatever breath of air the morning offered. It was a declaration that needed no translation, a message comprehensible to every sailor on either ship. This was not a surrender. This was not a flight. This was a pirate coming to fight. Roberts stood on the quarterdeck as the distance between the two ships closed. He did not go below. He did not take cover behind the heavy oak of the gunwale. He stood where he had always stood, elevated, visible, exposed, in his red damask and his diamonds, watching the Swallow grow larger through his glass with the focused attention of a man reading a navigational chart or studying the angle of a star above the horizon. The crew, those who were capable of awareness, saw their captain standing there and drew from the sight whatever it gave them more. Courage, resignation, or simply the confirmation that the world they had inhabited for 3 years was ending as it had begun, with a tall man in red making decisions that the rest of them would live or die by. The Swallow made no pretense this time. There was no false flag, no deceptive maneuver, no attempt to disguise the warship's nature or intentions. Ogle brought the Swallow to its battle configuration with the efficient precision of a man executing a plan he had rehearsed in his mind across thousands of miles of pursuit. And the gun ports were open. The cannons were run out. The Marines were stationed along the rails with their muskets. The gun crews stood ready at their pieces, slow matches burning, shot and powder at hand. The Swallow was a machine designed for this exact moment, and every component of that machine was functioning as intended. The two ships closed on converging courses. Roberts, reading the angles in the wind with the navigational instinct that had carried him across 3 oceans, adjusted his course to bring the Royal Fortune across the Swallow's bow, an approach that would minimize the time his ship was exposed to the warship's broadside and maximize the chance of reaching grappling range. It was textbook pirate tactics, the same approach Roberts had used against dozens of vessels during his career. And it depended on speed that the Royal Fortune no longer possessed and a crew that was no longer capable of the split-second execution the maneuver demanded. The range closed. 2 miles, 1 mile, half a mile. At this distance, the details of each ship were visible to the naked eye. The men on the Swallow could see the pirate flag and the figure in red on the quarterdeck. The men on the Royal Fortune, those whose eyes could focus, could see the open gun ports and the black muzzles of the Swallow's cannons pointing at them with the expressionless patience of instruments waiting to perform their function. Ogle gave the order to fire. The Swallow's broadside erupted with a sound that witnesses on both ships would later struggle to describe or make. Not a single explosion, but a rolling, overlapping cascade of individual detonations that merged into a continuous roar, a wall of sound that struck the Royal Fortune an instant before the shot itself arrived. The ship shuddered. Timber exploded inward as cannonballs punched through the hull. Rigging parted with sounds like snapping whips. The mainmast, struck at its base by a ball that shattered the oak-like glass, groaned, tilted, and began its slow, terrible descent toward the deck, dragging with it a cascade of rope and canvas, and the men who had been working aloft when the broadside struck. On the gun deck, the Royal Fortune's cannons answered. The pirate gun crews, drunk and terrified and operating in the smoke-choked chaos of a ship under fire, loaded and fired with whatever competence their degraded condition allowed. Some of the shots struck the Swallow. Most did not. The return broadside was ragged, uncoordinated, a spasm of violence rather than the disciplined volley that Roberts had drilled his gunners to deliver. The difference between what the guns could have done and what they did was the difference between a fighting ship and a ship full of men who had been drinking through the night, and that difference was measured in lives. The grape shot came with the second exchange. Grape shot was an anti-personnel weapon, a canvas bag filled with small iron balls that, when fired from a cannon, spread in a lethal cone of metal designed to clear the exposed decks of an enemy vessel. It was the weapon navies used against pirates because pirates, when they fought from the deck. They needed to be on their feet, weapons in hand, ready to board. A broadside of round shot could sink a ship. A broadside of grape shot could kill its crew and leave the ship intact. The grape shot swept the Royal Fortune's quarterdeck. Roberts was standing when it hit him. He had not moved from his position since the engagement began. He had not flinched at the first broadside. He had not ducked when the mainmast came down. He had stood in his crimson waistcoat and his diamond cross and his feathered hat with the composed, upright bearing of a man who had determined, through whatever private calculus governed his final hours, that he would meet the end of his career in the same posture in which he had conducted it, standing, visible, commander rather than common man. The grape shot struck him in the throat. The wound was immediately and obviously fatal. The iron balls tore through the soft tissue of the neck with a destructive energy that no human body could survive. Roberts collapsed onto the quarterdeck. The blood that poured from the wound soaked the crimson damask of his waistcoat, darkening the red to something deeper, spreading across the planking of the deck where he had stood every morning for 3 years with his tea and his charts and his glass, reading the ocean that was now going to receive him one final time. The men nearest to him, the helmsman, the officer of the watch, the few crew members who had been stationed on the quarterdeck during the engagement, reacted with the immediacy of men executing a standing order that they had known about and hoped never to fulfill. Roberts had given the order long before this day, in the clear-eyed anticipation of exactly this moment. If he was killed in battle, his body was to be thrown into the sea immediately before the enemy could board and claim it. The order was not sentimental. It was strategic, consistent with the same logic that had governed every other decision of Roberts's career. A pirate captain's body in the hands of the Empire became a tool of the Empire, a trophy to be displayed, a corpse to be gibbeted, a visual sermon on the wages of sin that would hang at the harbor mouth for months or years, rotting in public as a warning and a spectacle. Roberts would not serve the Empire in death any more than he had served it in life. The men lifted his body. The diamond cross still hung from its gold chain. The pistols still lay in their silk sling across his chest. The feathered hat had fallen from his head when he collapsed. And one of the men, a detail preserved in the testimony with the strange specificity that attaches to moments of extreme emotion, picked it up and placed it on the dead captain's chest before they carried him to the rail. They lifted him over. The body fell. The Atlantic received it with the same indifference it showed to everything that entered it. Debris and treasure, the living and the dead, the famous and the forgotten. The water closed, the surface smoothed, and Bartholomew Roberts, who had entered the ocean's world as a boy in Pembrokeshire and had spent his entire adult life learning its currents and its moods and its capacity for both sustenance and destruction returned to it for the last time. He sank into water that was warm and dark and deep, carrying with him the diamond cross of the King of Portugal and the paired pistols and the crimson waistcoat that had been the most recognizable garment on the Atlantic Ocean. The sea took all of it. The sea kept all of it. Somewhere off the coast of Gabon, in waters that have never been searched, and that would yield nothing if they were, the remains of the most successful pirate in recorded history rest in the absolute darkness of the deep ocean floor, beyond the reach of light and memory, and the stories that the world above would tell and fail to tell about the man who once made every ship on the Atlantic fear the sight of his flag. Aboard the Royal Fortune, the death of Roberts was the end. Not immediately at the hour. The physics of combat do not recognize dramatic moments with the neatness that narrative demands, but effectively, irreversibly, in the way that the removal of a keystone is the end of an arch even before the stones begin to fall. The crew had followed Roberts because Roberts was Roberts, because his competence was self-evident, because his judgment had been proven right more times than anyone could count, because the tall figure in red on the quarterdeck was the fixed point around which the entire enterprise organized itself. With that figure gone, thrown into the sea, vanished, irrecoverable, the enterprise had no center. The fighting continued in a ragged, disorganized fashion for some time after Roberts's death. Individual gun crews continued to load and fire, driven by the momentum of the engagement and by the understanding that surrender meant trial and probable execution. The pirates were not cowards. Many of them fought with a ferocity that the Swallow's crew would later acknowledge, in testimony and in private accounts that found their way into the historical record. But ferocity without coordination was merely noise. The guns fired without pattern. The maneuvers of the ship, if they could be called maneuvers, were the purposeless lurching of a vessel whose helmsman was dead or absent and whose sails were in tatters. The Royal Fortune was no longer fighting. It was dying, and the men aboard it were dying with it, or surrendering, or attempting the one final act of defiance that some of Roberts's crew had always intended as their last resort. A group of men made their way toward the powder magazine. The powder magazine was the heart of the ship's destructive capacity. The compartment deep in the hull, where hundreds of pounds of gunpowder were stored in sealed copper-lined containers, kept dry and separate from any source of flame by layers of felt and canvas, and the constant vigilance of the gunner and his mates. A fire in the powder magazine would produce an explosion of catastrophic force enough to blow the Royal Fortune into fragments of timber and iron, killing every man aboard and every man on any vessel close enough to be caught in the blast radius. For the pirates who moved toward it now, this was not a threat to be avoided, but a solution to be embraced. They would take the ship themselves, and as many of the Royal Navy's men as possible, into oblivion rather than submit to the Empire's justice. They were stopped. Not by the Swallow's boarding parties, who had not yet reached the magazine, but by their own crewmates, men who had made a different calculation, who had decided that the chance of surviving a trial, however slim, was preferable to the certainty of death by explosion. The struggle in the darkness of the lower decks, as men who wanted to die fought men who wanted to live over access to the barrels of powder that would decide the question for everyone aboard, was one of the final acts of the democracy that Roberts had built. Even here, even now, even in the last minutes of the last ship of the last great pirate fleet of the Golden Age, the collective will of the crew asserted itself against the individual ambitions of its members. The men who wanted to blow the magazine were outnumbered by the men who wanted to surrender. The majority prevailed. The powder stayed in its barrels. The ship stayed in one piece. Ogle's boarding parties came over the rails shortly afterward. The Royal Fortune's deck was a landscape of destruction. Shattered timber, tangled rigging, blood pooling in the scuppers, the bodies of the dead lying where they had fallen amid the wreckage of the guns they had served. The surviving pirates were disarmed, bound, and confined below decks. Some were silent, Some were weeping. Some were still drunk enough that the full reality of their situation had not yet penetrated the fog of alcohol and shock and the overwhelming sensory assault of a battle they had just lost. A few asked for water. A few asked for rum. One man, according to the testimony, asked what had happened to the captain and was told that the captain was in the sea and said nothing more. Ogle took possession of the Royal Fortune and conducted a systematic inventory of the ship and its contents. The haul was significant. Gold dust, gold coins, plate, jewelry, trade goods, weapons, navigational instruments, and the personal effects of hundreds of men who had accumulated the spoils of 3 years of piracy in chests and bags and hidden caches throughout the vessel. The quartermaster's records, which Roberts had maintained with the same meticulous attention to detail that characterized everything he did, were seized and would become key evidence at the trial. The articles, the document that had governed life aboard Roberts's ships, the social contract that had organized the most successful pirate enterprise in Atlantic history, were found among Roberts's papers in the Great Cabin and confiscated as proof of organized criminal conspiracy. The Great Cabin itself was, according to the inventory, surprisingly spare. Roberts had not lived in the kind of ostentatious luxury that popular imagination would later attribute to pirate captains. His personal possessions were functional: charts, instruments, books, clothing of high quality but limited quantity. The crimson waistcoats, which had become so central to his public identity, numbered only 2 or 3. His library, such as it was, consisted of navigational texts and what appears to have been a Bible. In his tea service, the cups and pot from which he had drunk every morning in his deliberate abstention from the rum that fueled his crew, was found in its usual place, unremarkable and entirely characteristic of a man who had constructed his life around discipline, routine, and the stubborn maintenance of personal standards in an environment that dissolved the standards of everyone around him. The Diamond Cross was gone. It had gone into the sea with the body, and the sea had kept it, as it had kept everything else. Ogle, who had been looking forward to presenting the cross as a trophy of his victory, was forced to content himself with the lesser prizes the Royal Fortune yielded. The greatest single piece of plunder from Roberts's career, the jeweled cross stolen from a Portuguese treasure fleet in the audacious raid at Bahia that had announced Roberts's arrival on the world stage, remained with its owner somewhere in the dark water off Cape Lopez, as invisible and irretrievable as the man who had worn it. The captured pirates were transferred to the Swallow for transport to Cape Coast Castle, where they would stand trial. The journey north along the African coast took several weeks, during which the prisoners occupied the Swallow's hold in conditions that were ironically not dissimilar to those experienced by the enslaved Africans who were regularly transported in the same waters by the same imperial system that was now transporting their captors to judgment. They were crowded, they were chained, and they were fed minimally, and they were left to contemplate their approaching fate in the particular darkness that a ship's hold offers in Sandos, total, disorienting, and thick with the sounds and smells of too many human bodies confined in too little space. Some of the prisoners used the voyage to prepare their defenses. The forced man argument, the claim that they had been pressed into pirate service against their will and had served under duress, was the only defense that offered a realistic chance of acquittal, and the men who intended to use it spent the weeks of transit coordinating their stories, identifying witnesses who could support their claims, and rehearsing the versions of events that would present their participation in Roberts's enterprise as involuntary, coerced, and reluctant. Whether these stories were true, partially true, or entirely fabricated varied from man to man. Some had genuinely been forced. Some had volunteered enthusiastically and were now attempting to rewrite their own histories in light of circumstances that made the truth inconvenient. The line between the two categories was, as it had always been, maddeningly difficult to draw. Others made no preparation at all. They sat in the darkness and waited, with the fatalism of men who understood that the outcome had been determined long before the trial began. The British Empire did not transport 169 men across hundreds of miles of ocean to acquit them. The trial was not an investigation, it was a ceremony. The verdict had been written in the Admiralty offices of London before the Swallow ever left port. These men were pirates. Pirates hanged. The trial was simply the mechanism by which the hanging was given the appearance of legality, and no amount of testimony about forced service or reluctant participation would change the fundamental fact that the Empire needed bodies on the gallows and bodies in the gibbets to complete the story it was telling the Atlantic world about the consequences of defiance. The Swallow arrived at Cape Coast Castle in March 1722, carrying its cargo of prisoners into the shadow of the fortress that would serve as both their courthouse and, for many of them, the last structure they would ever see. The castle received them with the institutional efficiency of a facility accustomed to processing human beings in bulk, which, given its primary function as a slave trading fort, it was. The pirates were confined in the same dungeons that normally held enslaved Africans awaiting transport. The walls were the same, the darkness was the same, the heat was the same, the stench was the same, only the complexion of the occupants had changed, and even that distinction was not absolute. The African crew members from Roberts's ships were confined alongside their European counterparts, all of them awaiting a judgment that would fall with radically different weight depending on the color of their skin. The preparations for trial proceeded through the last weeks of March, while the prisoners sweltered below. The legal apparatus assembled itself with the deliberate formality that the British Empire brought to its acts of judicial violence. Officers were appointed, charges were drafted, witnesses were summoned from forts and ships along the coast. Merchant captains whose vessels Roberts had taken, naval officers who had participated in the pursuit, colonial officials who could testify to the economic damage the pirate fleet had inflicted. The documentation was substantial. The evidence was overwhelming. The machinery of conviction was oiled and ready, and beneath the castle, in the same dungeons where thousands of enslaved men, women, and children had waited in chains for the ships that would carry them to the plantations of the New World, the last crew of Bartholomew Roberts waited for the trial that would determine which of them would live, which of them would hang, and which of them, the African members of the crew, whose fate had already been decided by a logic older and more durable than any court, would simply disappear into the system of human commodification that the castle existed to serve, their names unrecorded, their stories untold, their brief experience of something resembling freedom aboard a pirate ship erased as completely as if the ships had never sailed and the articles had never been signed and the votes had never been cast in the rough democracy of the gun deck. The trial would begin on March 28th. The castle was ready. The Empire was ready. The gallows were being built within sight of the sea, their timber fresh cut and pale against the whitewashed walls, their crossbeams strong enough to bear the weight of as many men as the court saw fit to send to them. The gibbets, the iron cages in which the bodies of the executed would be displayed, were being forged in the castle's smithy, each one shaped to hold a human form upright long after the human had ceased to be anything but a collection of bones and dried flesh and the remnants of whatever clothing the condemned had been wearing when the trapdoor opened beneath their feet. The Atlantic rolled against the base of the castle walls, as it had for centuries, as it would for centuries more. The same water that held Bartholomew Roberts's body in its depths now washed against the stones of the fortress where his crew would be judged, a continuity of ocean connecting the place of his death to the place of their judgment with the indifferent logic of currents and tides that recognize no distinction between the living and the dead, in between the free and the enslaved, between the judge and the judged. The water did not care. The water never had. Above the waterline in the administrative offices of Cape Coast Castle, the men who would conduct the trial reviewed their preparations and found them satisfactory. The trial opened on the morning of March 28, 1722, in a room on the upper floor of Cape Coast Castle that had been converted for the purpose into something approximating a court of law. The windows faced the sea. The light that entered was filtered through the haze that perpetually hung over the coast, giving the proceedings a flat, shadowless quality that suited their character. This was not theater. There would be no wigs, no robes, no gallery of spectators craning for a view of the accused. This was administration. The empire processing the consequences of its victory with the same bureaucratic thoroughness it brought to the processing of trade goods and the inventorying of enslaved human beings in the dungeons below. The accused were brought up from the dungeons in groups, blinking in the unfamiliar light. Their wrists and ankles still in irons, many were visibly ill. The combination of wounds sustained in the battle, diseases contracted during the African campaign, and the debilitating conditions of their confinement had reduced men who had once manned the guns of the most feared fleet on the Atlantic to shuffling, hollow-eyed figures who bore little resemblance to the pirates of anyone's imagination. They stood before the court in whatever clothing they had been wearing when captured, salt-stained and filthy, and they listened as the charges were read in the formal, unhurried English of Admiralty law, charges of piracy, robbery, and murder on the high seas, each charge carrying the penalty of death. The testimony unfolded over weeks. Witness after witness took the stand and described, from their various perspectives, the career of the fleet they had encountered, fled from, been captured by, or pursued. Merchant captains described the moment Roberts's flag appeared on the horizon and the calculation that followed: surrender or fight, compliance or resistance, the weighing of cargo against life that every captain in the Atlantic had been forced to perform during the years of Roberts's supremacy. Naval officers described the pursuit, the engagement, the boarding of the Royal Fortune, and the inventory of its contents. Colonial officials described the economic devastation, the insurance rates, the delayed voyages, the bankrupt merchants, the fortified harbors that still had not been enough to prevent Roberts from taking what he wanted. And the accused themselves spoke. Not all of them. Some remained silent, trusting their fate to whatever evidence existed or could be manufactured on their behalf. But many spoke, and what they said, preserved in the trial transcript with a fidelity that suggests a clerk who understood the historical significance of what he was recording, constitutes the most intimate surviving testimony about life under Bartholomew Roberts. They spoke of how they came aboard. Some described capture, ships taken, crews assembled on deck, Roberts or his quartermaster moving through the ranks and selecting men with useful skills. Navigators, carpenters, surgeons, gunners, men whose professional expertise made them valuable enough to press and dangerous enough, if left free, to serve aboard the next vessel that might resist. Others describe something more ambiguous. The offer extended to a captured crew, the invitation to join that was not quite a command and not quite a choice, delivered in circumstances where the distinction between volunteering and submitting was a philosophical nicety that the moment did not permit. A few acknowledged, with varying degrees of defiance and regret, that they had joined willingly, that they had seen in Roberts's enterprise something that their legitimate careers had never offered: a voice, a share, a contract that treated them as men rather than as movable equipment. The court listened. The court deliberated. The court rendered its verdicts with the efficiency of men who had other business to attend to and a schedule to maintain. 54 men were sentenced to death. 74 were acquitted, their claims of forced service accepted by a court that needed some acquittals to maintain the fiction that the proceedings were judicial rather than punitive. The remainder received sentences of varying severity: servitude in the Royal African Company's operations along the coast, imprisonment, transportation to London for further confinement. The African crew members, as has been noted, were disposed of separately and silently, returned to the status of property by a legal system that had never fully acknowledged their personhood in the first place. The hangings were carried out in batches over the weeks that followed. The gallows stood on the seaward side of the castle, positioned so that the condemned could see the ocean in their final moments, the same ocean that had been their workplace, their highway, their battlefield, and their captain's grave. Whether the positioning was deliberate cruelty or simple convenience, the effect was the same. The last thing these men saw was the water. They died as men have always died on the gallows, some with composure, some with terror, some with the defiant last words that the genre demanded, and some with the mute, retreated silence of men who had already departed for wherever they were going before the rope completed the journey. The bodies were cut down and placed in the iron gibbets that had been forged for them. And the gibbets were hoisted to the prominent positions along the coast where they would serve as the empire's final argument in its long dispute with the men who had challenged its monopoly on violence and profit. The gibbets rusted. The bodies decomposed. The smell carried on the sea breeze to passing ships whose crews looked up at the iron cages and understood the message and sailed on. The Atlantic trade resumed its rhythms. The insurance rates came down. The slave ships returned to their roots. The merchants rebuilt their ledgers. The governors filed their reports. The machinery of empire, briefly disrupted by a Welsh sailor in a crimson waistcoat, repaired itself and continued its operations with the self-healing efficiency of a system designed to survive any individual challenge to its functioning. Me, Captain Challoner Ogle, received his knighthood and his promotion. The word went out through the Admiralty offices and the colonial capitals and the counting houses of London that the pirate menace had been dealt with, that the Atlantic was safe, that the Golden Age was over. The word was, for all practical purposes, correct. There would be individual pirates after Roberts, or there always had been, there always would be. But the era of pirate fleets operating as independent powers, challenging the commercial systems of entire empires, was finished. Roberts had been its greatest practitioner and its final one, and his destruction marked the closure of a chapter in Atlantic history that would never reopen. And then the forgetting began its quiet, patient work. It did not happen all at once. Johnson's general history kept Roberts's name alive for a generation. The trial transcript sat in the colonial archives, available to any scholar who sought it out. The broad facts of Roberts's career were known to naval historians and maritime scholars throughout the 18th and 19th centuries. He was never truly unknown. He was simply overshadowed gradually, incrementally, by pirates whose stories were easier to tell and whose images were easier to sell to an audience that wanted its outlaws flamboyant and its morality tales simple. The process accelerated with every retelling. Each new account of the Golden Age gave a little more space to Blackbeard and a little less to Roberts. Each new novel, each new play, each new illustration of pirate life drew on the imagery of smoke and daggers and wild-eyed madness that Blackbeard's legend supplied so abundantly, and that Roberts's disciplined professionalism could not match. By the time Robert Louis Stevenson wrote Treasure Island in 1883, the novel that would do more than any other single work to fix the pirate myth in the Western imagination, the cultural archetype of the pirate had been shaped so thoroughly by Blackbeard's image and Captain Kidd's treasure that Roberts had no place in it. Long John Silver is a creature of romance, not rationality. He belongs to the world of buried treasure and skull-marked maps and the howling of tropical storms over desert islands. He does not belong to the world of articles and share distributions and gunnery drills and a captain who drank tea and kept early hours and navigated by the stars with the silent competence of a man doing the only thing he had ever truly been good at. Roberts would not have complained. He was never a man who sought fame for its own sake. The reputation he built during his lifetime was instrumental, a tool designed to reduce resistance and increase the efficiency of his operations, not a monument to his ego. He did not name ships after himself. He did not commission portraits. He did not write memoirs or keep a personal journal that might have preserved his inner life for posterity. He left the ocean no artifacts, the shore no monuments. In the historical record, no personal testimony beyond the single sentence. Since I have dipped my hands in muddy water, that has survived 3 centuries because it was too perfectly characteristic to be forgotten. The sentence is enough. It contains the man as completely as any autobiography could. The acknowledgement of circumstance, the refusal of self-pity, the cold, strategic logic of choosing the strongest available position within constraints not of his own making. The voice of a man who saw the world as it was, brutal, indifferent, organized for the benefit of the powerful at the expense of everyone else, and who responded not with outrage or idealism, but with the unsentimental clarity of someone who understood that the only meaningful choice was between commanding and being commanded, and who made his choice and lived by it and died by it, standing on a quarterdeck in silk and diamonds because he had decided once and for all that if the world was going to make him an outlaw, he would be the greatest outlaw it had ever seen. The sea has him. 3 centuries of current and tide and the slow, invisible processes of the deep ocean have done their work on whatever the grape shot and the salt water left behind. The diamond cross that caught the equatorial light on the morning of February 10th, 1722, lies somewhere in the silt off Cape Lopez, its stones dark, its gold chain dissolved or buried, its existence now a matter of faith rather than evidence. The crimson waistcoat is gone. The feathered hat is gone. The paired pistols in their silk sling are gone. Nor the charts and the instruments and the tea service and the articles that organized a society more democratic than anything operating ashore, drafted by criminals and signed by outcasts and enforced by men who had been thrown away by the civilization that now hunted them. All of it is gone, scattered across the archives and the ocean floor, surviving in fragments that require patience and imagination to reassemble into the shape of a life. But the shape is there. It has always been there. Waiting in the pages of a 300-year-old book and a transcript written in a slave fort on the coast of Africa, and the quiet accumulating work of historians who recognize the discrepancy between what this man achieved and what the world chose to remember about him. The shape of Bartholomew Roberts, the Welsh sailor, the reluctant pirate, the tea drinker, the strategist, the Democrat, the murderer, the navigator, the commander, emerges from the documentary record with a clarity and a complexity that no myth could match, because myths require simplicity, and Roberts was never simple. He was a man of extraordinary capability operating in a world of extraordinary cruelty, making choices that were simultaneously brilliant and terrible, building something that was simultaneously just and criminal, and facing the consequences of those choices on a February morning with the composed, upright bearing of a man who had known for a long time how this would end, and had decided that the manner of the ending was the last thing left that he could control. He controlled it. He stood up. He faced the guns. He went into the water in his red damask and his diamonds, and the water closed over him, and the surface smoothed, and the world moved on. The world is still moving. The ships that cross the waters off Cape Lopez today are tankers and container vessels and fishing boats, steel-hulled and satellite-guided, moving through an ocean that has been charted and measured and instrumented to a degree that would have seemed miraculous to a man who found his way by the stars. The slave forts have become museums and heritage sites, their dungeons preserved as memorials to the millions who passed through them on their way to a suffering that no memorial can adequately represent. The empires that divided the Atlantic into spheres of commercial exploitation have dissolved into nations whose borders still bear the scars of that division. The ocean is the same. The stars are the same. The currents run where they have always run, carrying whatever the surface gives them down into the darkness where all things are equal and all things are still. Somewhere in that darkness, beneath the shipping lanes and the fishing grounds and the slow drift of sediment that accumulates on the ocean floor with the patience of geological time, there is a place where the remains of the most successful pirate in recorded history rest in a silence that has lasted 300 years and will last 300 more and 300 after that, undisturbed, unmarked, as anonymous as the ocean itself. No monument marks it. No plaque commemorates it. No tourist will ever visit it. The sea does not keep monuments. It keeps everything and marks nothing. And the man who understood it better than anyone alive understood that about it too, which is perhaps why he chose it, or allowed his crew to choose it for him, as the place where the story would end. The story ends there, in the water, in the dark, in the silence that follows the last broadside and the last order and the last heartbeat of a man who dipped his hands in muddy water and chose to be commander rather than common man and held the Atlantic in his grip for 3 extraordinary years and then let go because the grip was no longer his to keep and because the sea, which gives nothing back, was waiting. It is still waiting. It always is.